Afternoon, everyone. This is Matthew Alvarez alongside Jessica Rivera here in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. What a day it is already. I mean, the president's going to be stopping at two locations today, one about 125 miles west, and then here in Cedar Rapids. What are you looking forward to from the president?
Well, we're looking at less than 50 days till the Iowa caucuses in January 15th, the earliest they've ever had, or one of the earliest they've had. So 50 days is going to go by very quickly. So it'll be very exciting to hear what the president has to say. Obviously, people are looking forward to hearing about the announcement of him making plans that if he was to be reelected, him is repealing the Obamacare. I think a lot of people are waiting to hear what he has to say about that. Some aren't so crazy about him focusing on that, but that's what he's going to focus on. And then he is going to focus on, he's also going to focus on the failures the Biden administration has. There's plenty of things he can list, so we'll have to wait to hear what he has to say about that today.
And we do have a crew in Ankeny, which is just north of Des Moines. The president will speak at 12:30 Central Time there, and then 3 o'clock Central right here in Cedar Rapids. So we know that it's going to be a great day for the president because, you know, he just doesn't stop, right? He just keeps on going. And as I was speaking to a guy on the plane, his name's Andy. He's a rancher. He's actually flying to this location, driving up to Wisconsin for the Packers Chiefs game for tomorrow for his birthday with his fiance. He said that back in the Trump administration, it cost about $50 for a bale of hay, a 1,400-pound bale of hay. Now it costs $160 under Biden's inflation. Can you believe that? That's Bidenomics for you.
Yeah, and so we're going to hear a lot about that today. That's 3 times the cost, and that's really, I mean, you know, we know under any administration prices for things are going to fluctuate a little bit, but that is enormous, and that is what, you know, our farmers need the help amongst other industries right now. So being here in Iowa, I know that they will be happy to hear some of his solutions should he be reelected into the presidency again.
And we are getting ready here. Let's just take a live look real quick at the event space. We are at the Kirkwood Community College getting some things together here. We're going to have a lot of people. This is reminding me of a Claremont, New Hampshire trip where thousands of people were at that event in honor of the president to hear his speech. And then, of course, he'll be in Ankeny today and then over here to Cedar Rapids. Now, a quick programming note. As soon as President Trump begins to speak in that location, we will toss to those remarks live right away. And then we will be going right here to Cedar Rapids as he heads this way for a speech in Iowa. We're getting a number of things organized as well when it comes to a number of topics out there. I mean, what are some of the things that are on your mind today, Jessica?
You know, I think a lot of people are also going to be focused on the reality that DeSantis is also in the state. He is going to be in Sioux City today, and his campaign has said that his focus today is going to be on former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley and trying to make that spread in the polls a little further from her, since he is in second and she is in a close third. But today it seems as if while he's in Sioux City, his focus is not going to be really attacking Trump as much as it's going to be trying to separate him and give the major differences to his supporters between himself and Nikki Haley.
And he is leading in the polls. I mean, these poll numbers are astounding, right? Like you would think usually during a 2024 or any presidential race, numbers would be closer. Well, not in this case. I mean, he's leading now by 59 points over the rest of the Republican field, and that is in national polling. I mean, not only Iowa, but the entire country. That's pretty wild. Yeah,
I was just looking at the polls this morning here in Iowa, and it looks as if Trump is 45%, DeSantis is 18%. That is quite the distance there into second. And then between DeSantis and Haley, there's only a 3% difference, which is exactly what I was saying earlier, is that DeSantis will be in Sioux City, Iowa, and he will be trying to focus his campaign on attacking Nikki Haley in order to get his numbers up. And, you know, Matthew, we also know that governor of Iowa, Kim Reynolds, Republican Kim Reynolds, has also decided to throw her support behind DeSantis, surprisingly for some. She has come out saying that she just doesn't think that President Trump will be able to really win in 2024, which I think kind of surprised a lot of her supporters that she would come out and say that. And she seems to think that DeSantis can do that. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, needless to say, I mean, a lot of people were thinking that she was going to stay, in the sense, quiet. You know, she wasn't going to put her hat in the ring, and then she did at the last second. But, you know, there's a laundry list of people that have come out in support of President Trump. I mean, just the other day, of course, Tucker Carlson, we've got Joe Rogan, Roseanne Barr, if we're going to talk about just entertainment, you know, and people across this country, law enforcement, politicians from throughout local, state, and, you know, federal government. We can tell who's in support of the president.
Yeah, and you know, if you pay attention to a lot of the national news headlines, and especially Tucker, as you brought him up, you know, he talks to other world leaders, and I think right now, obviously, our foreign affairs is really struggling too with these Biden administration's policies. We have the illegal immigration at the southern border. We have the disaster in Israel right now versus Hamas. We have the Ukraine-Russia war going on. There's so many areas and facets that President Trump, I think a lot of people would like to hear his take on one or all of them, which we know he's not going to be shy to give his opinion on what he feels. But most interestingly enough, we're coming off of a 7-day truce between Israel and Hamas, where we did receive 4 Americans. But check this out, Matthew, and I don't know if a lot of people know this, but Hamas got 30-something prisoners, Palestinian prisoners, and Israel ended up getting only about 30,
right,
or 15, like half of what they were supposed to get. And there's just something wrong when you think about that negotiation. Like, who was behind it? Why was Hamas on top? Why did they get more? I think that'll be interesting to hear what President Trump has to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it's peace through strength is one of the main agenda items on Agenda 47. There's so many things going on in the world right now, so many topics, so many discouraging things. But, you know, it's good to know that we have faith in God, you know, the Holy Bible, that kind of thing, to be able to overcome these kind of tougher situations. Then you've got people that are in support of faith and freedom, like President Trump and many in the MAGA movement, which is a liberty movement that's being felt not only in this country, but around the world as well, as we've seen in the Netherlands, in Argentina, El Salvador. These people are leaders that are in support of the free world and support of President Trump.
Yeah, and we are seeing a lot of the elections that have recently been taking place, kind of surprising some people, other leaders around the world, getting more of Trump-supported, if we could say, leaders. So it seems as if not only America is watching and obviously wanting to pay close attention until 2024 election, but the world is too. The world is really, really paying attention, and it seems as if they are in their voting making their voices heard.
That's right. This liberty movement won't be stopped, right? There's tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people, I believe, in this country, at least 200 million, right, that are in support of something like freedom. I mean, it's something that came up in the debate the other night, the JV debate between Gavin Newsom and Governor DeSantis, but they didn't go as far to bring up those topics that we're dealing with on the regular, right? We could talk about gas prices. We could talk about a very serious situation, is immigration. But what about the freedoms of our land? What about the Constitution of the First, Second, Third, and Fourth Amendments? And what about that? And that doesn't seem to be brought up in the mainstream media, even at Fox News Channel.
Absolutely. And, you know, we're coming up on Christmas. We just passed Thanksgiving. Thankfully, it was a somewhat peaceful holiday, I think we could say. But we're coming up on Christmas. And I think a lot of people are worried. First off, prices are very expensive to fly or to use any sort of public transportation to get to family further away. So that is obviously something that American families right now are dealing with. But there's also the issue of safety. Is this going to be a safe Christmas? Is this going to be a time that you want to take your family, your children, on a trip? You know, seeing as the southern border has been open for how long now? And it's not, you know, I think a lot of people in the beginning were focusing on Biden's administration really closing that border down, which I still think the focus is there when it comes to the Trump supporters and the people who are against our southern border being open. But I think there's an added issue now. Yes, let's close that southern border and get it checked. But the reality is, whoever, the bad guys are in.
Right.
What does the Biden administration have in place to keep Americans secure?
Right. I was just at Chicago Airport once again on the way to Iowa, and I was at the Hilton out there working on getting a hotel last night after missing a flight because there was flight maintenance, all that kind of thing. The point is, right across there in Terminal 1, there's still the black curtains up with migrants that are being housed at the Terminal 1 in Chicago. So people are still being sent here. There's actually a media kind of report, a bulletin that's stapled up there, and it says, media, please step across the street in order to get video here of the migrant situation. So they're actually embracing and knowing that they're not trying to hide it, that there are migrants in Chicago and all around the country. So pretty wild to see that with boots on the ground.
Yeah, and another thing to kind of piggyback off of that is, you know, the mainstream media will talk about how President Trump or his supporters are against immigration, which we know is not the truth. It's the illegal immigration, and it's not the hardworking people who want to come to this country and actually live a good life, live a safe life, you know, provide for their families, be able to feed their families. But we are talking about, and people who are against that southern border being open, it is more for the criminals, right, the people who are running from their own home countries all over the world, because we know that they're coming from China, we know that they're coming from Africa, we know that they're coming from the Middle East. There's a bunch of places that they're coming from that is not just Mexico or Central or Southern America.
And I saw a live report the other day from, you know, that debate. You know, Hannity did bring up some solid numbers there with Afghanistan and Iran and other countries of people that have actually crossed our southern border. So not knowing who's in our country, of course, that's something that needs to stop and needs to stop immediately. And that's hopefully what will happen out of Washington. We do want to thank one of our great sponsors here, as Birch Gold is doing some awesome things. And this is perfect timing for the holiday season, Jessica. They can actually help you diversify your savings with precious metals and stockpiling silver in your home safe. All you got to do is go to Birch Gold by texting Trump to 989898. Check this out. Here are a few options. You could purchase gold and silver and have it shipped directly to your house. We're told Birch Gold has a team of precious metals specialists to actually help back a 401k and put that into a tax-sheltered IRA. So there's a lot going on with BRICS out there trying to devalue the dollar. So you need to have something like gold and silver through the Birch Gold Group in order to take care of that situation. And
I think, you know, people hearing that, you know, our sponsorship or the ad, or even seeing them running, you know, on television, you see a bunch of those kinds of companies. But I think maybe in the beginning, people were kind of like, yeah, that's kind of something that's older, not something we should really be doing now or need to be doing. And I think things have changed. I think people are looking for other ways to multiply their money, and a place where it's going to be safe and you're going to consistently see that value rise, and Birch Gold seems to have a plan there.
And going from Birch Gold, I mean, even the wellness company, as you know, the wellness company doing awesome things. There's an emergency info kit that is something that I think everybody should have.
Yeah, and so the wellness company, recent clusters of respiratory illnesses. As we know, we've heard in northern China, there's a new one out, a new pneumonia, I think, that's affecting people, alongside outbreaks of what is being referred to as white lung syndrome. In the U.S. are scattered across headlines right now, and they're drawing attention to the importance of being prepared for medical emergencies. As we know, coming off of the pandemic, that was a nightmare. and introducing the Wellness Company's medical emergency kit. And basically they're asking, are you prepared for the next unpredicted crisis? The Wellness Company is home to Dr. Peter McAuliffe. I'm pretty sure many of you have seen him on Fox News, on Tucker Carlson. He's very vocal. Dr. Drew Pinsky, Dr. Jim Thorpe, and many more truth-telling doctors who are rooted and they're committed to building a parallel healthcare system and empowering you to take control of your health and your family's health. In a time when about 40% of Americans say they would avoid a doctor or hospital unless it was a catastrophic situation. But you know, Matthew, even during the pandemic, I think a lot of people shied away from trying to go to the doctor just because of the fear. So the Wellness Company looks to have you covered. Be prepared for the unexpected. Go to makecaregreatagain.com. That should be easy to remember. And grab your medical emergency kit right now. That's makecaregreatagain.com. And use the code RSBN, and you can save 15% at checkout. And Christmas is around the corner.
Sure
Another
is.
great idea.
And right when you say Christmas is around the corner, it makes me think of the great Mike Lindell. I mean, using the promo code RSBN will actually get you free shipping of all of Mike's products at MyPillow, at the MyPillow store. Do you have any products yet? Will you get any? What are your thoughts?
So I do have one of the older pillows, which I really did enjoy and do enjoy. I like to try different pillows, so I think his pillow's great. But I do have some friends that were a little skeptical to try the sheets, and his wife won't let him buy any other sheets now. So you got to run out and get them. I heard they're amazing. They wash great. They feel great. So you got to give them a try. And
Definitely.
It's a great company, you know, because your money is going to support a conservative company, a company that's here in America that is backing American workers. So that's also a great thing to make note of.
And then as we continue with some of our great sponsors, we also will get to a number of topics here. We're going to kind of regroup and continue on and tell you about today. I mean, there's two great things happening, a doubleheader here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll get right to that in a second, but there's this beauty product, I think, that might be pretty good. So I'm going to let Jessica take it away.
All right, and if you can just bear with me for one moment, I'm going to grab you this. And the reason why I have to grab it is because it's such a great product. I want to show it to you. One moment here. Okay, so thank you, Matthew. Okay, so it's Charlize Beauty. And look at this packaging. And if you can see this, you guys, it's not plastic. It is glass. And basically, this is a new beauty luxury skincare line, and they got you covered from head to toe. They have face washes, toners, you name it, they've got it. Body butter, body scrubs, lip balm. They have it all. And what's so great about this company is made here in the U.S. There's no animal testing, and it's toxic-free. Now, I want to point out on toxic-free, a lot of people say, toxic-free, you hear non-toxic, you hear toxic-free. But let me explain something to you, and I found this really interesting. Toxic-free means there's absolutely zero toxic chemicals in that product. Now, when a company says non-toxic, technically, by the FDA standards, they can still have 49% toxic chemicals in that product and still be considered non-toxic. So this is toxic-free. There is zero toxins, sourced sustainably, and it is 100% vegan. So it's great for the skin. The Christmas is around the corner. You can buy this for the women in your life, your wife, your grandmother, anybody who likes skincare. You know, women love skincare. We spend so much money on it. So why not gift this to a lady in your life for Christmas, which is just around the corner? And all you have to do is go to charlize.beauty, and you can use the promo code RSBN, and you will receive 25% off at checkout. So you want to go to charlize.beauty. And I'm going to tell you, I was just showing you the product. The packaging is absolutely beautiful. I just don't have so many hands to be able to show you the packaging and this. But most luxury lines, I don't care how much you spend on them, you cannot find glass bottles. Most of the time they're plastic, and we know plastic is horrible for your products because it basically, the integrity of the product goes way down the longer it is stored in that plastic package. So with Charlize Beauty, you have glass. Sorry, trying to juggle things here. You have, it is in an Italian glass bottle, so you can't go wrong with it. Once again, Charlize.beauty. code RSBN, and you'll receive 25% off checkout.
Okay, all right.
I had to, to be honest with you, it was so interesting because I was speaking with the owner not too long ago, and I thought, okay, it's everybody says, a luxury line. I'm going to tell you, this stuff is absolutely beautiful. It feels like silk. I've tried it already. So I'm excited to keep going with the products, and I will be completely honest and open with you and let you know how I feel about it. But you're definitely going to want to go and try that out.
All right. I mean, do you get to keep that bottle? I'm going to have to, if you don't, and we're allowed to have it, I'm going to bring that back to Pennsylvania, give that to my wife. How about it?
Okay, how about this? I'll split. I'll let you keep some of the products to have your wife try.
All right, there you go. That's cool.
Absolutely.
Very
I'll
cool.
share.
Thank you, Jessica. Awesome. Okay, I know that you don't want us to keep talking about beauty products, but we could.
I know. I could talk forever.
So once again, my name is Matthew Alvarez. I'm alongside Jessica Rivera. We both worked in the mainstream media. I know we're kind of fumbling around here, but we want to just let you know honestly why we're here and what we're doing. We love the country. We love President Trump. And we are excited to see that he's going to be just about 125 miles west of our location at 12:30 Central Time. He will be speaking. It's now 12:32, so we're going to be any minute now, whenever we hear that he's there. That could be a half an hour from now, who knows? Yeah. But as soon as that happens, we have a camera crew there. We will toss to live coverage of that speech there, and that he will drive with the motorcade about 2 hours to our location to have a speech around 3 Central. It's going to be a great day today, no matter what, because at the end of the day, what we're looking for is to see freedom across our land. I mean, really, talking to this rancher on the plane on the way here, he was just like, I'm full on for Trump. I don't want to spend $160 for that hay bale anymore. It used to be $50. I started the broadcast with that. His name's Andy, going to a football game tomorrow night with his fiance for his birthday, a Packers-Chiefs game. Are you a fan?
Not of those.
Not of those teams. Okay. Bronco fan.
Broncos.
Okay, back to the point, though. Yeah, so he's just like, hey, I just want Trump to be back in office. We love freedom. He has a small business as well. And he's just seen Biden inflation, that's what it is, right? Just crush his business. He's still doing well because these people still need to have their trees removed and that kind of thing. But $160 versus $50. I mean, we are in farmland, right? We are in Trump country where there are 22 million acres of farmland here.
Yeah, and you're talking about who you were, this gentleman that you were speaking with on the plane. On the plane that I came over on yesterday, there was a lady native to Iowa, has raised her family here, plans to stay here forever. And we were actually talking, because we were delayed a little bit too, so we were talking about the caucuses, and I told her that I was in town to be, covering this event for Right Side. And I asked her honest thoughts on, because I get asked a lot, why does Iowa even do caucuses anymore? Is it relevant to today's political world? And in reality, she was saying it really, really is, because the difference between a primary and a caucus is a primary, you go and give your vote, but it is very hush-hush. Nobody talks about it. You just go cast your vote, and that's all there is to it. Whereas caucuses here in Iowa and the other states that do them, they get to talk with one another. They get to talk with people in their community and find out what maybe doesn't affect them, maybe affects your neighbor. And so they can kind of come together, which I thought was interesting, because I think our world needs, for our political arena at least, I think caucuses all over the states all over the country would actually benefit, especially in a time like this when it is so heated to talk about politics and it's just more taboo than it's ever been. Right. I feel as if the idea of caucuses would actually bring more people together than divide them. It may not change your vote, but you would understand where other people are coming from.
Well, I mean, politics and religion, it's something that for many years people, wanted to shy away from. But now I think it is something that people want to talk about because it's affecting our lives in a way that it hasn't before. So it is, it's basically like you press the button, right? And somebody's going to want to talk about it usually. But One thing I do want to tell you about is our good friends at the Tax Network USA, as we take maybe a live look over in Ankeny, which is 125 miles to our west. That's where President Trump will be speaking. As soon as he does, we'll be tossing to that. But the October 15th tax deadline, of course, has passed. So if you're sorting through the complexities of expense tracking, estimated payments, and all those deductions, that might cause failure to file and failure to pay penalties. They'll definitely pile up on your tax debt. So the team at Tax Network USA has a track record of success, having reduced tax debts for numerous clients, totaling, get this, over $1 billion. And whether you're looking at $10,000 tax debt or $1 million challenge, we're told that they can actually help with a settlement on these kind of numbers. So Tax Network USA, all you got to do is go to taxnetworkusa.com/RSBN or call 855-225-1040. You see that information there on your screen as we've been taking a live look in Ankeny and a live look back here in Cedar Rapids. We know that, once again, 44 days until the Iowa caucus. So January 15th, then the New Hampshire primary will be in February. So a lot going on. What were your thoughts the other night? Did you actually watch some of that debate between Newsom and DeSantis?
I'm going to be honest, I watched the highlights just because I figured that would be kind of, basically what we probably should have, quote unquote, paid attention to. And what I thought was interesting is, you were right, earlier you said they really didn't hit on very many hard hitting questions for the nation. I think they both attacked each other equally, which I think we were going to see from two governors from, other opposite sides of the aisle. But I think a lot of people asked the question as to, so Newsom has not thrown his hat in the ring as of yet. We know that can all change in politics. But as of right now, so I think the question was, what was the point? Other than just to, get more eyes on DeSantis, possibly. Right. I personally think that Newsom's group is trying to test the waters and see if they could possibly throw their hat in and have as much support that they would be able to possibly, run against Biden, or not have Biden run. Right. And maybe Newsom might be that answer for them, because it doesn't seem as if Kennedy is the answer to their party at this point. But it was interesting. I don't think they really touched on too many hard-hitting questions, and I think we all know what that was for, just kind of more for a show.
100%. For the past 8 straight years, everybody's been talking about Donald Trump. I mean, think about it. Mainstream media and now the formation of the conservative media, they just can't get his name off of their lips, whether they're speaking positively or they're speaking negatively and doing a lot of fake accusations, that kind of thing. People have been talking about this guy for a long time. 8 years is a long time, and they're going to be talking about him all the way through. I mean, think about it. He is running for president once again, and we are less than a year to the general election, where our country is in such dire straits. It's in such a situation that Jessica, I want to hear your thoughts on this. The fact that the mainstream media and others out there are not paying attention to the reality of what's going on in our country right now. Again, to the debate the other night, they were talking about all of the political issues. I get it, but not about the real thing that we're dealing with, and that is the tyrannical situation that we might find ourselves in, as we are hoping that we have someone like President Trump back in office in 25.
Yes, and I completely agree with you. I think it was a very sugar-coated, if you will, debate, if we can call it that, I guess. Another thing I think, kind of piggybacking off that, would be the gag order that was reinstated for President Trump. They had taken that gag order off, or one judge had said it was unconstitutional. Another judge has decided that it is constitutional, and that he did replace that gag order in regards to the January 6th cases. And then we have the decision by another judge in Washington, an appellate court, that has said that President Trump doesn't have absolute immunity, as is thought or believed for a president, that he is open to civil and criminal lawsuits pertaining to January 6th. So that'll be interesting, because that just came down, I would say, within the last day or two.
Yeah. We want you to know about this RSBN newsletter as well. All you got to do is go to RSBN newsletter, /newsletter.com. You get a ton of great information there, exclusive content, exclusive coverage and offers. All you got to do is RSBN.com, RSBnetwork.com /newsletter for that newsletter. Also, follow RSBN on Truth Social at RSBN. I'm at Matthew Alvarez. Jessica, last time we talked.
Yes.
Did you open one up yet?
Yeah, my Truth Social's open. It's,
yes, all right.
It's Jessica Rivera 1. That is what it is on Truth Social, and then every place else I'm either at the J Rivera or at underscore Jessica Rivera.
Awesome. Many people across the country, as you guys know, are waking up. And also around the world. From the Netherlands, Argentina, El Salvador, Italy. People realize we're in a situation here, right? We're talking about the Geert Wilders with the Netherlands, the president there. He dresses like President Trump. It is called the Trump effect, according to a number of people, including Doug Billings, who I listened to yesterday, calling it that. That's what's going on. The Trump effect is flooding this country in a good way and around the world in a great way, too.
Yeah, and we know, as you said, Trump has made his mark on many countries in the world and many leaders, which is not making Canada's leader too happy right now. I think he's kind of annoyed by what you say. I read an article about something that they were voting on the other day, and he's blaming Trump supporters in Canada. Can you believe that? But hey, it is what it is. And like you said, they can't keep his name out of their mouth.
Right.
And I sometimes wonder, had they taken a different route and kind of just letting President Trump do his thing, don't bring him up, don't give him as much attention, if that may have worked for them better than what has worked now, because it seems as if it's backfired because he only raises more money every single time he's kind of punched.
Exactly. And his polls numbers go up, his support goes up.
Mm-hmm.
I want to read the definition of disinformation real quick. Mm-hmm. Deliberately misleading or biased information, manipulated narrative or facts, propaganda. The definition of misinformation is false information that's spread regardless of whether there is intent to mislead. So the left's playbook is to say that the right is having misinformation or disinformation. They're basically projecting what they're actually doing onto us. And here we are on the conservative media side, which, by the way, if you listen to MSNBC or CNN, which I page through all that, I'm a news junkie, I like to watch everything when it comes to the news, they're saying right-wing media, right-wing this and right-wing that. So they know that this is established now, and it's going to a new level because people want to hear truth, and especially things that resonate with them, which are the basic things of our life, right? God, faith, family, and country.
And, kind of talking about, we're not going to do an ad sponsorship read right now or anything like that, but talking about ads and sponsorships, it's important for those that sponsor a lot of these right-wing media outlets, as we are titled. A lot of the supporters, they want to know now. They're being more fiscally informed as to where their money is going, who they're supporting. So a lot of places want to know, how does that company feel in regards to our leaders? Is this money going to be funding abortions that many do not believe in up until, the day of birth, which is absolutely crazy. We all know that is considered murder. Karen, what definition or what book you're looking in? That's just absolutely crazy to think that that's what we have to think about today. And so when people know that their money is going towards conservative values that line up with them, I think that's very important. And so and that's why we specifically kind of point out that with our ads and our sponsorship, because people can make a safe bet that their money is going and backing who they want, and their beliefs, their belief system.
I think some of the messaging should go towards adoption over abortion, right? There's so many places to adopt, right? And I think that is the messaging that should really be part of this whole discussion. so we can save as many lives as possible. A shout out to Susan Swift out in California, who does great things for the unborn. And, you know, I know that's going to be a big topic coming up, but isn't it interesting that a big topic that they're going to push is something about life and death? It's good versus evil, it's life and death, it's lies versus the truth. And a lot of people, I think, on the left are starting to realize, hey, you know what? I don't think I believe in this way anymore. You know, they're waking up left and right.
Yeah, and there is a difference. I mean, no matter how I think anybody feels on the topic of abortion, okay, wrong is wrong and right is right. There is really no gray area. And I say this coming from a state, Colorado, where right now, many people don't even know that they voted for this, but they did because they support abortions, but they didn't read into it so much. But right now in Colorado, if you want to get if a woman wants to get an abortion up until the day of birth, it's completely legal.
Exactly.
And when, in any time, would you ever think that this is what people are debating?
Right,
it's
exactly.
Absolutely just craziness.
It is craziness. And, you know, we're glad to have people like President Donald J. Trump to step in, like he did in 2016 to 2020. And, you know, all of those states that were usually the battleground state, right? They all went for Donald Trump in 2016. From Ohio to Pennsylvania to Georgia to Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, those great states. A hello to all of you guys out there that are, supporters for the truth. And then in 2020, all of those states turned blue somehow. We know what happened. But point is, I think there's a lot of election integrity going on right now. There's a lot of people that are working on ways to hopefully have a free and fair election this time around. We're hoping for it, of course. What else can we do, right? Other than, we can boycott some places. We can boycott corporations. We can boycott the mainstream media. We can start becoming more awake to what's going on.
Across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave their life to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
give it a shot. No, I'm going to zoom in.
I don't have anything. I'm up here all by myself with all the fake news back there. And you know, if you make a little mistake, do you think Biden would get up here without notes? In fact, if he had notes, it doesn't make any difference. He doesn't. Anyway, so I just want to thank you all. This is incredible. These are our friends. These are the people that are going to really help us on that very special evening coming up in 45 days, right? 45 days. And we're going to do something that I think it's the most important election in the history of our country. I used to say that about 2016, but this will be the most important election in the history of our country because our country is going to hell. It's going to hell rapidly. It's not taking long. In fact, it's hard to say this because it's such a negative thought, but 1 year is a very long time. We're actually now even a little less than a year, but that's a very long time. The kind of destruction that they've been doing to our country is just not acceptable. It's not acceptable. They're destroying America. They're destroying our land, our everything. Anything having to do with us, they're destroying. Open borders, high interest rates, high taxes. And nobody's ever seen anything like that. The Afghanistan surrender, what they did there. People forget, you know, the fake news doesn't like talking about that because it's negative. They only want to talk about positive, but they can't find anything to talk about. Because there is no positive. There hasn't been a positive thing happen in this administration since it came about with a rigged election 3 years ago. There hasn't been a positive thing. If you look back and you want to try and figure out what's gone on, there hasn't been one positive thing, I don't think, that's happened to our country. And I have to tell you, Jimmy Carter, as you know, our First Lady went to the funeral of Rosalind Carter. It was a beautiful event, by the way, and everybody was very nice, really nice. But Jimmy Carter is in his latter years, 99. In his latter years, he's got to be a happy man because his administration was brilliant compared to what we have now. Brilliant. If you look at his administration, he's considered now a brilliant, brilliant president by comparison to what we have now. Look. If you took and you could look at it any way, I used to say if you took the 5 worst presidents, I could probably say a lot more than that, like 15, 20, but let's be conservative. Let's say 10. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of our country and added them together, they would not have done the destruction to our country as this man and this group of people have done, because it's not just this man. This is far beyond this man. I don't know if this man knows what's happening. But there's a group of people that have done great damage to our country, and we have to win. This is the most important. We have to win. We have to get out, and we have to initially caucus. I think we're in good shape with the sanctimonious. He seems to be dropping like a very, very sick bird into the ground, slowly into the ground. You know, I took it personally because I got him elected. He was dead as a doornail. You know, now he likes to say, well, I'm not sure if it was that. Let me tell you, he was down by like 40 points. The nomination process was moving along rapidly. He had the primary. He had no chance. The Secretary of Agriculture was up. His name was Adam Putnam. Respected guy, good guy, but I didn't know him. And Ron came to see me begging for an endorsement. I said, Ron, you're dead. You don't have a chance. You're a dead man. If Abraham Lincoln came back from the dead, if George Washington and Lincoln teamed up together and endorsed you, they couldn't do it. He said, sir, the people of Florida love you. They love you. And I believe that if you'd endorse me, I could win. I said, you're at 3. He's at, 40 or something, right? And it was a short time. And I said, you know, he fought for me along with a lot of other congressmen and senators. But he didn't fight like a Jim Jordan or like other people. He fought. But he fought. I mean, at least he fought. He was a live body. And based on that, that was impeachment hoax number 1 and impeachment hoax number 2. So I said, why not? I don't know the other gentleman, Adam Putnam. I'd ever met him.
So I said, let's give it a shot, Ron. Let's see. So I endorsed him, and he went like a rocket ship, and he won. And then I had to get him through a general election. He was dying on the general election. We had to do it all over again. We held 2 or 3 rallies for him. The rallies had massive crowds, biggest crowds people have seen in years. Nobody's ever seen rallies like this. You know, today's not a rally. This is our little friends. And then we're going to another stop about who is somebody going to be there too? Are you going to be there too? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. But we're going to a second stop, and then we go back, and then we're coming again next week. And then around January, we'll be coming, and we'll be blitzing this beautiful place that I've helped so much with ethanol, right? You know, DeSantis was opposed to ethanol, you know that, and now I guess, I don't know, I have no idea, I'm not sure, but probably he's in favor of it now. But one thing you'll learn about a politician, when they're against something, that's where they always go, and they'll switch for elections. But so the bottom line is I endorsed him, he won, and then I got him through the second one, and he won by 2 points. And then he did fine as a governor. He was fine. He was better than many, not as good as some, to be honest. It's very simple. But he wasn't as good as some. We had some great ones. Henry McMaster, South Carolina. Kristi Noem, as you know, of South. They like her, right? They like Kristi. Kristi was very nice. She said, you know, she's only won elections, never lost an election. And a lot of people thought she'd be running for president. And she said, I was watching this. I said, well, that's nice for a change to hear somebody speak honestly. She said, I can't beat him. What's the purpose in running? So I'm going to endorse him because he's been a great president. And I appreciated that. A lot of people appreciate that. Other people like Arkansas, he gets up, right? Asa, right? Asa. I call him Ada. Ada Hutchinson. He's been polling at 0 for 5 months and he's still in. I said, is he still in? You got to tell me, what's the game here? He's got 0. I think he's at 0 for 5 months, and he's still there. And I don't know what these people do. I don't understand it. But we have to come together as a party because we have to beat probably Biden. I mean, I'm not sure he gets to the starting gate. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, whatever. But whoever it is doesn't matter because it's going to be the same ideology. Maybe it gets even worse, and we have to do something. So we're here on the occasion of a lot of the Trump caucus captains with those beautiful white hats. Look at those hats. And everybody that's a captain gets one of those beautiful, and they are good-looking hats. I'd like to have one of those hats. And so you know it's January 15th, Martin Luther King's birthday. Speaking of that, did you see where a very respected representative of Black Lives Matter, New England territory, right? New England, endorsed Trump, he said. He didn't necessarily say the Republican Party, he said Trump, because what we've done in terms of opportunity zones and you know, jobs for everybody, frankly, but jobs historically, if you look at the colleges, black colleges and universities, I got them 10-year funding. They never had that. They'd have to come to Washington every year. We took care of their funding and a lot of other things, criminal justice reform at a very, very high level, very fair. We got to be fair, but very, very something that everybody really, and we had tremendous conservative support, but criminal justice reform. And he came out in favor of Donald Trump. And he said, I'm going to do something that's going to surprise some people, but this guy has done more for the black population than any president, and I think he included Abraham Lincoln, but I'm not 100% sure, you know. But it's a great honor, and we just had a poll, 22% and 25%. We had another poll that was really incredible. We had a poll that came out today where we're at 69, and DeSanctimonious is at 9, and Nikki Haley is at Birdbrain is at 7, and the rest of them are in the like at 1 and 2, and a couple of at 0. At some point, the zeros are going to get out. The 1 and 2 still have potential, right? A lot of potential. So anyway, we've had a great time. We've had a great time with the state. This has been a fantastic state. We won 2 elections here by a lot. And this is It's not necessarily Republican. I mean, it's not really. I mean, this could go if they had a real candidate, which they don't have. I mean, this could go the other way, I guess. But it's not. I don't call this not a lock. There's no such thing as a lock in politics anyway. If you have the right person, you can do pretty well. But this has been a great place for us. I love it. I love the people. I have so many friends here, and it's an honor to be with you. And this is a special group because you're going to be out there on the 15th, and you're going to be getting people to go out and do what they have to do. The first time I did it, I learned a lot. You know, when we had our caucus, and nobody knew what the caucus was. What does it mean? And I had Ivanka here, and she said, Daddy, we had a man that didn't quite do that. Like it was the greatest. And I came in primary. We have the best team. And we came in second of the about it because we should have minor defeat, but I learned a lot because we then went to New Hampshire and we won big, and we went to South Carolina, we won big. They said, no, you won't win because that's the military and that's Bush. I said, no, I think the military is Trump. And we won. And we won big. And then we just ran the tables, didn't we? We went to Florida and we beat a senator and a governor of the state, and by a lot. And we just ran the tables. It was an incredible thing. We went to Indiana. Bobby Knight just died. Indiana had a great coach, for those of you that are basketball fans, right? Would you say? A great coach. He had the last, I guess it was the last undefeated team. They were like 38-0 or something. They won the national championship. And he tended to do it with, I mean, he had some very good players, but he tended to do it with teamwork as opposed to, you know, the star player. And he was a fantastic coach, and he was a big fan of mine. He went to, a friend of mine said, you know, when you get to Indiana, if you could ever get Bobby Knight. I said, you know, it's an amazing thing. Bobby Knight called me 2 years ago, before I even really considered heavily doing this. He said, I don't know you, but you should run. And if you run, I'll support you, and you're going to win. And I said, well, it's really nice, Bobby, that you called. This wasn't really on the agenda, really. I was thinking a little bit about it. We thought about it when Romney ran and did a poor job when he ran against Obama, because that should have been done, because Obama had a failed 4 years, and he should have been able to do it, but he didn't know how to do it. He had no clue. And they did a poll, and I was way up. I think it was either Deface the Nation did a poll. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Donald Trump on Deface the Nation, or Meet the Fake Press. So, with Chuck Todd. Sleepy Eyes, he's gone. He's gone. Sleepy Eyes, Chuck Todd is gone. Eventually they disappear. But, and he hasn't disappeared, but sometimes the bad ones should, because we need an honest press. We really need an honest press. So we looked at it then, and then we looked at it. But Bobby Knight called me, and it was an amazing thing. I have a lot of papers on my desk, tremendous amount of stuff. I do a lot of things. You know, I'm running a business, and I'm thinking about this. And even when I was doing this, I was running a business. And so what happened is, giving you serious thought. So Bobby Knight called. He said, you just call me back at this number. And I had his number. I wrote it down. And I put it in, it's just almost like from God. So I put it in a stack of paper that was 1.5 feet, 2 feet high on the left of my desk. And I had another stack and another. I had 3 big stacks of paper, thousands of pages. And we were now coming to Indiana. We were doing great. We were doing great here. We were doing great everywhere. But we were on the march. And I came from, somebody that a lot of people said, he's just doing this for fun. I said, you call this fun? You think I'm having fun? You get indicted every week for nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, Al Capone Al Capone got indicted once. They got me 4 times because I protested an election. I protested election, and they indict you. These people are sick, and they're bad. But so I'm sitting at the desk, and a friend of mine's there, and he said, and he knew something about Indiana. He said, if you could ever get, now this was 2 years ago that Bobby called. He said, if you could ever get Bobby Knight the great basketball coach of Indiana, great coach. Rough guy, though, rough, tough guy. If you could ever get him, Indiana would be guaranteed. I said, you know, it's funny that you mentioned, because 2 years ago I got a call from him, and I didn't even know if it was really him, but it was him. They said, sir, do you know a man named Bobby Knight? I said, no, but there's a coach named Bobby Knight. Maybe it's him. Well, I think that's what it is. So I picked up and I immediately recognized it. He goes, Trump, this is Bobby Knight. I said, that's Bobby Knight. There's no doubt about it. But he gave me the number, and my friend said, Bobby Knight. I said, you know, tell you, let's take a look, because I put the number over here. Now, thousands of pages. And I went like to the middle stack. It was amazing. And I just pulled up a whole pile, put it over here, and looked at the top, and there was Bobby Knight's phone number. Is that incredible? No, I mean, that's God. It's God. You're right. No, I just, with thousands, what are the odds of doing that? And I'll never forget it. I'll actually never forget it. So I immediately called him, and he goes, I've been waiting for your call. He said, let's go. And we actually, we went to Indiana, and we had the big basketball arena where he was coach, and had such an incredible career, actually an incredible career. They treated him a little badly when he threw the chair. He was a slightly volatile guy. He threw a chair across the arena. That chair was moving pretty fast, right? And some foolish person, they were going for a great season that turned out, once he left, that was the end of that season, because he was such a great coach. But so he had a chip in his shoulder, and I think he hadn't been back. He went to Texas Tech. I think he hadn't been back there for years, did very well at Texas Tech. He's going to do well anywhere. And it's the first time he came back to Indiana. He was angry with Indiana, and he came back for me. And we did a rally, and it was an unbelievable. Everybody was crying in the audience. We had maybe 18 or 20,000 people in this incredible arena, and everybody was crying. He was even a little bit crying. He hasn't cried in a long time, but I didn't know that. It was a reunion. I was told that when I was going there. They said, it's a big deal because Bobby hasn't been back in years because of his, his feelings were hurt. And he went back and he said, this guy is the guy. And he gave a pep talk. In fact, he talked for a while and he introduced me and the place went crazy. And then he went off the stage. Everyone went wild. And I started speaking. And about 10 minutes later, he walks back on. I said, that's strange. What's Bobby doing? It's a big arena and everything's very formal. And I see him walking back. And he says, do you mind if I say a few more words? I said, go ahead, Bobby. So I moved over. Not exactly the way you would imagine, but I said, whatever it may be. And he said, listen, here's the story. If we have problems, this is the only guy that's willing to bomb the hell out of the enemy. He'll bomb them at a level that nobody's ever seen before. And that's all I have to say. That's it. And he walks off. I said, man. And when he said it, I said, I think I'm going to get in big trouble for that comment. But anyway, he was a great guy, and so we won Indiana big, tremendously, and we just ran the table. And then we had 2016, and it was the greatest, probably the most exciting night in the history of politics in this country. And then we did even better in 2020, got millions and millions more votes, and the election was rigged. It was a rigged election. They say that if you win Florida and Ohio, nobody's ever lost, but if you win Florida and Ohio and a place called Iowa, and if you win that, and we won all three, and they said nobody's ever lost election, and there were many metrics like that, but you win Florida, Ohio, and Iowa, nobody has ever lost an election with that combination, and we won. Not only did we won in landslides. Ohio was great, Florida was great, and Iowa was great, and but we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let that happen again. We can't. We cannot let that happen again. So I just want to say to you that I appreciate you being here. You're very important. That's why I came here first. Very important because you're the ones that are going to make sure that everybody gets treated beautifully. It's so different than a regular election. It's the caucus is a big deal, but it's so different than the regular election. You'll be greeting people and talking to people, and they'll ask you questions, most of which they know the answers to before they ask the question, right? But you'll do a great job, and I think we're going to come out and we're going to do something that frankly, I believe it's the most important, but I think it's going to be one of the biggest political events anywhere in the world. And we're having some of them in Argentina. As you know, you saw what happened. He ran as Trump. It was Trump. Make Argentina great again. It was perfect. MAGA. He had a MAGA agenda because it's a conservative agenda. And it's not that we're conservative. We're common sense people. It's not a question. People say, are you conservative? Yeah. I'm of common sense. We need borders. We had the strongest border in the history of our country. Now we have the weakest border, I believe, in the history of the world. In the history of the world, because there's never been any country, a third world country, wouldn't allow people to come in. They're coming in from mental institutions. They're coming in from all over the world. They're coming in from jails and prisons. There's a slight difference between the two. One's rougher than the other. They're coming in from mental institutions, but they're coming in from insane asylums. They're dumping everybody into our country from all over the world. Last week they caught numerous people coming in from the Congo. They're coming in from Africa. They're coming in from China at large levels from China. You see 26,000 people from China, all young males, okay? So what's going on with that? 26,000 people just was reported over a short period of time. This isn't a long period of time. So what are we, building a little army in our country? And we have a guy named Biden who's grossly incompetent. He's corrupt, but he's also incompetent. And, you know, I never used to speak about him like that. But when they did the indict word, when they indicted me for bullshit, I said, now we can tell it like it has never been done in this country before. When a popular president, I got more votes than any sitting president in history by far, by millions. When a popular president who did a good job, I mean, we had, think of where we were. We were energy independent. I got the largest tax cut in history approved. I got the largest regulation cuts in history. That's why we had the best jobs. We had the greatest economy in history. I mean, think of all the things that we were doing. I defeated ISIS. Everybody said you can't defeat ISIS. I defeated ISIS in 4 weeks, right? General Raising Cane. Raising Cane. You heard about Raising Cane, right? We have real generals. We have a great military. Not the guys you see so much on television with, you know, characters. Not Jesper and Millie and these guys. The real generals. We have unbelievable generals. We have unbelievable military. We have a great country potentially, but right now we have a country that's failing. It's a failing nation. We have a failing nation, and it's a very sad thing to watch. We had it going so good. If Biden would have just gone to the beach like he's been doing almost every day and left everything alone, if he would have left the border alone, Tom Homan and Brandon Judd and all of these people, we had great people, and they had the border so good. Best we've ever been in recorded history. And now we have an open wound. We have a sieve. The water's just pouring right through. The people are coming right through. The drugs are higher than ever before. We had them way down. And I had a deal with President Xi of China. They were going to criminalize fentanyl. If you make fentanyl and you get caught, they're going to criminalize it. And you know what their penalty is if you get caught with drugs? Death penalty for drug dealers and for drug makers. And they were going to criminalize it. It was all done, and then we had the result of this ridiculous election where they used COVID to cheat, and other things, too. You don't even have to go into ballot stuffing, the 2,000 mules and all of that. You don't have to. And by the way, the 2,000 mules, hundreds of thousands, millions of ballots we're talking about. We're talking about millions and millions. And it's coming out now. It's very interesting. All the time you see, yesterday I read about in Georgia, 3,600 duplicate ballots. That means 2 ballots, 2 of them, and almost all of them happen to be for a guy named Biden. So it's and that's where we are now with our country. And now you look at our country, it's a mess. It's a mess. But we'll turn it around and we'll make it greater than ever before. We can do that. We're going to close up the borders. You're going to come into the country, but you're going to come in legally. Now people say, why should I go through a process when I could go into the Mexican or even on the northern border to a lesser extent? But why should we go through a process of learning about our Constitution and doing it the way it has been done? And all we have to do is just go to the Mexican border and walk right into the country. So it's a very, very sad thing, but we're going to make our country greater than ever. It'll be the greatest comeback in history. I'm not talking about comeback politically because I don't care about that. It'll be the greatest comeback for a country because our country right now is a dying country. We're not respected by anybody. If I were elected, you wouldn't have had Ukraine, thousands, hundreds of thousands, and include Russia, all of these people that are dying, fighting. They would have never been fighting. Zero chance. Number one, oil was so low that they wouldn't have had the money to prosecute the war. You know, we had oil at $40 a barrel. Now it's $100 during this period. And, you know, Russia can proudly say or unproudly say that there's never been a thing like this where a country is making a lot of money by fighting a war. So Biden is keeping these prices so high, and he wants to end the war. But the war's never going to end because they are a money machine right now. They're making so much money, and they're fighting, and they're killing a lot of people. You look at what's going on, and it would have never happened. Zero chance. And I told Putin, I spoke to him, it was the apple of his eye. There's no question about it. But I said, Vladimir, if you do that, it's going to be rough. I won't tell you exactly the conversation, but he said, no way. I said, way. It's going to happen. Way. And he didn't believe me, but he believed me 10%. And that's all he needed. And I had the same conversation with President Xi of China. And I talked about that in Beijing, that if you go into Taiwan, we're gonna have real problems if you do that. We're talking about Beijing. And he would have never, we didn't even talk about Taiwan, right? These things weren't really even discussed. When I left, I remember 28 bombers, right after I left, 28 bombers flew right over the middle of Taiwan. And that's just there waiting. I mean, it's waiting. And now we bring up to the one that's just happened over the last couple of months is Israel would have never happened. Zero chance. Zero chance. You had a country, Iran, which is doing all of the funding. They were broke. People weren't allowed to buy oil there because I said if you buy there, you're not going to do any business in the United States. So China wasn't buying and India wasn't buying. Nobody was buying. And they didn't have the money to fund anything. Now they have $250 billion in the bank. 250, not including the $6 billion they got for 5 hostages. $6 billion. They released $6 billion, and the other one is pretty incredible. They just you read about it 2 days ago for electric. You know, they sell electric to Iraq, and we had control over it, and they just released $10 billion for the electric. $10 billion, so they have $6 billion and 10, but that's peanuts. The big thing is the oil. And they released all of our sanctions, all of the things that we had going where we would have had a deal. I think we would have had a deal with Iran within 2 weeks of the election, had the election been an honest, not rigged election. So many bad things have happened to our country, but we're going to turn it around. And I think we can do it fast. We're going to drill. And we're going to be drilling like you have never seen before. We're going to end your mandate on cars. You know, you have cars. Here's the problem with an electric car. They don't go far. Very simple. Somebody would say, I wish I could make it more complex. Like, here's the problem. They don't go far. They cost a fortune. But they don't go far. So unless you want to go to the local store or something, you're not going to buy it. If you say, let's take a trip to, let's see, what's a nice place around? Let's go to Ohio. Let's say, yeah, let's go down to Florida. No, you'd have to make 30 stops, right? You don't want to go to Florida. Too many stops. But, you know, you have to make all these stops. They take a long time. The whole thing is ridiculous. It's almost like, and, you know, the new one is they want to make army tanks. They want to do the army tank thing. You know about that. They want to make army tanks all electric. Do you believe? We have the greatest tanks in the world. And we do the best tanks. We do the best submarines. We do a lot of the best things. But we make the greatest army tanks. They want to make them electric. Now, think of this. They have the same problem. They don't go far, right? They don't go far. So you're in the middle of the desert. You say, you know, we're running low on electric. Do they have a charger around anybody? They're charging? The other thing, batteries are very big. They're very big, very heavy. So you'd have to have the army tank pulling a battery probably and a truck behind it. So you're pulling a battery. That wouldn't look too cool. But what do we do? So we want to have nice, clean emissions so that the country that we're blowing to hell is not hurt environmentally. Now, it's the same thing with planes. They want jet fighters. They want you to use a certain type of biofuel and it's a fuel that is 15% less less efficient for the plane. So think of it, you're a pilot, you got this really incredible weapon, and now you're expected to use a plane that's 15% less. So here's the difference, 15% less than having the full. The difference is, one, you get blown out of the air and you don't have a chance. The other one is they don't have a chance against you. But they want to do that so that we protect the environment over the country that we're bombing the hell out of. Isn't it just, are these people crazy? They also want to go to all-electric boats. You know, I was in South Carolina, a really great boat company, boat manufacturer. And I said, so what's the big problem? Well, sir, they want us to start thinking about going all-electric boats. I said, wouldn't that be very heavy? He said, heavy? The whole boat's going to be a battery. And I actually brought up a thing. I said, so if your boat sinks, do you get electrocuted when it goes down? He said, you know, nobody's ever asked that question. I said, if I'm going down in a boat and there's a shark 10 yards away or I'm going to get electrocuted, could that happen? He said it could. I said, well, you know what? If it's true, I think I'll take the electrocution because I'm not going near that shark. But they are talking about things like that. These people are crazy. These people are crazy. They want to make all electric trucks, the big 18-wheelers, the biggest trucks. And she says, oh, you drive. Can you imagine? So if you go to like a Peterbilt or one of these great truck companies, and if you have a truck, big one, they can go 2,000 miles on a big tank of diesel. An electric truck, big one, will go 300 miles. So that means you're stopping 6 or 7 times. You talk about supply chain problems. You're going to stop 6 or 7 times, and the load, it's not as good. It's not as the whole thing is a disaster. And I met with trucking companies. They say, we tell them this. A child would understand it in 5 minutes, and they wouldn't do it. We tell them this, and it has no impact. You drive a truck? What kind of a truck is it? What?
I drive a school bus, too.
And how do you find it from the standpoint of the electric?
It's ridiculous. We have 2 battery-operated school buses in Cedar Rapids.
Right.
Really good for 3 years.
So she has 2 buses that are operated by electric, by battery, and they're good. In other words,
Really good for 3 years.
that's because the battery is no good, right? And that's about 90% of the cost.
Yeah.
And the other ones you could keep them going forever, right?
Absolutely. We got buses from 2009.
But see, at least a school bus, you'll have a shorter day or shorter this and that and shorter stuff.
I drove a dump truck. You couldn't do that in town.
You can't do it.
And
No.
your loads. As a truck driver, you're going to be screwed out on the road. Because
Well, no, you're going to be getting your battery charged.
hours are going to be so screwed up. Nobody's going to.
And this is a truck driver. You don't look like a truck driver to me, I'll tell you. That's one hell of a truck driver. Somebody's going to say she's a plant. She's a plant. No, but she knows the subject. I can see it. No, it's terrible. It's terrible. And you can't talk reason because these people are crazy. You can't talk reason to them. I could sit down and in 3 minutes explain like the trucks or the army tanks or even cars. But at least with cars, you could say, hey, if it's a short distance. And you should be able to buy electric, but you also should be able to buy gasoline-powered cars. We have all the gasoline that China doesn't have. It. China, all of this that you're seeing with the UAW, it's going to turn out to be a disaster because they haven't done anything about this electric car mandate. And you're not going to have any of these cars made in the United States. It's going to be a disaster for the UAW, for the people of the UAW, how they approve that contract without making a deal on that. So these are just some of the many problems. We have so many problems. One of the biggest problems is the world does not respect us anymore. They respected us 3 years ago, like at a level that I don't think they've ever respected us. And now they don't. I tell the story with Macron. I said, you're going to do that? Well, we're going to put 100% tariff on your wine and champagne. They were going to do something very bad to our country. They were going to tax our companies. And that's not fair. We have to protect our American companies. And I said, you're going to do it. And my people said, sir, there's no turning back. I mean, they're going to do it. Oh, really? I don't think they're going to do it. I said, try it again. Smart people. They came back. They said, no, they won't do it. I said, let me handle it, okay? And I called up Macron. I said, listen, you're going to do it? Yes, sir. It's already signed, sir. I'm sorry, And I said, well, that's okay, but here's what we're doing. On Monday morning, we're going to put a 100% tariff on all wines and champagnes coming into the United States. You can't do that. That's not fair. What you're doing isn't fair, too. And within about 3 minutes, he said, may I call you back? This is Macron, who I like a lot, by the way, but he's for France, He's not for us. He's for France. And he called me back in 5 minutes. He says, we've decided to take off the tax on American companies, right? Took me 4 minutes, and I was told by my geniuses you couldn't do it. They worked on it for months. So anyway, that's the way it goes. But I just want you to say it. What? We want Iowa people. We want, well, you know, with your governor, we had I got along with her very well. No, I got along with her very well. I mean, you know, I helped her a lot because I took, as you know, a great governor, Terry Branstad, and I made him the ambassador to China. He told me an amazing story, and that's why, you know, long before I was in Iowa making a speech, and he said, could you ease up in China a little bit? I said, why? He said, because I'm very friendly with the president of China. I said, how would you know the president of China? He said, when I was selling corn, he was the buyer. He was representing, and he came home like 40 years ago. He told me this story. It was amazing. And I remembered, and I said, how would you like to be ambassador to China, right? But I said, Terry, let me ask you, why would you know him? He said, because we got to be friendly. He was a buyer of corn. And, you know, Terry was a very successful seller for the state. And I remember the story, and it was pretty amazing. And he said to me that he went back home and he told his wife, he said, I met the most capable person, and I believe he's going to be a president of China someday. That was 40 years before. And lo and behold, so when I became president, I took him out. I said, you just set the record. You know, he's the longest serving governor in the history of the country, not just of the state, but of all states, 24 years or something like that. I said, you've broken the record. How about doing the following? Why don't you become ambassador to China? You'll be friendly with President Xi. That makes sense to me and all that. And he did a very good job. But because of that, Kim Reynolds was the lieutenant governor. She became governor, and that was fine with me. Then an election was coming up. And generally speaking, when people get put into a position like that, they lose in politics for whatever reason. It's like if you look back at the history books, when a governor appoints himself senator, which happens, they very rarely win. I think they almost never win because people don't like that. But she was she was the governor and doing nicely. She was doing fine. You know, it was not that difficult. This state is not that difficult, and it's a great state with great people. But she became the governor, and then she called me. She had a big problem. She was running against a very wealthy man, I believe a farmer, handsome man. They said. Handsome, good-looking, wealthy, had everything, Democrat, and he was way up in the polls, and he was going to win. And I came in, I did a big rally, I did a big endorsement of her, I fought like hell, and she ended up winning, right? And then the second time was much easier, but I also kept you in the position of first. You were first in the nation, which I didn't have to do. So I did all these things, and then I spoke to Kim about 4 or 5 months ago, whatever, and she said, I'd like to remain neutral. I said, I'd like to remain neutral too. I didn't have to come here and do rallies for you. And she said, what do you mean? Well, because we're first in the nation, I'd like to remain neutral. I said, I'm the one that kept you first in the nation. She said, well, it's, because of that, though, I'd like to remain neutral. I'd like to be able to go and really politic and work with all of the candidates. I said, all of the candidates are running against me. That doesn't sound like so good. And it wasn't a quid pro quo, as they used to say in impeachment hoax number 1, which there were none, except with them. They had the quid pro quo. They're the ones that cheated. We didn't cheat at all. But, she said, I think I'd like to be able to campaign with everybody. I said, so you're actually telling me that you want to be able to campaign with everybody because you're first in the nation. I'm the one that made you first in the nation, and I would have done it anyway, but I would have done it anyway. And I said, all right, that's a very shocking thing, but you don't have to have it. I wouldn't, she's not here. I wouldn't have her here. So that's the way it is. So then she goes, and I read where she's going to support Ron DeSanctimonious, who's like 50 points, who in the nation is like 50 points down and very substantially down here. And people have found out he's got no personality, et cetera, et cetera. And, after all the things I did, then he said, essentially, he said, I have no comment. Are you going to run against the president? He said, I have no comment. When he says he has no comment, that means he's running. So I said, if you're running, he's running. And my people, these geniuses all over the room, they said, sir, you shouldn't hit him. He's a Republican. I said, I don't care if he's a Republican. And we hit him rather hard. And he went down like all the others. So he went down, and it was one of those things. But she said she's going to endorse him because he worked very hard. Now, how do you endorse somebody that's 40 or 50 points down? There's got to be something there. So I'm not. Now, I can only tell you this, and I have nothing. I mean, that was her choice to do this. But I believe in loyalty. I didn't say I'm going to do this. I don't care if she endorses me or not. It's not going to make any difference because the only endorsement that matters is the Trump endorsement. I hate to say it. But when somebody does that, that's a lack of loyalty. And my people all told me, sir, don't bring up a story like that because I'm just doing this now because we're all working for the same thing. We want to win this election. We're going to take back our country. But they said, sir, people don't care about loyalty. I said, I think they do. And I've been right because here's what happened. 6-7 months ago, she was the most popular governor in the country. Do you know where she is now? Last. She went from most popular governor in the country to the least popular, and he's right down at the bottom, too. So she went from the most, and I was even surprised to see this, but she went from the most popular governor in the nation to the least popular governor in the nation. Same chart, same poll, very respected, everything else. It's shocking. But look, I wish her well. I mean, to me, I got along with her great. I did a lot for your state with all your breakage, all your floods. You have so many floods I've never seen. I think you had record floods. We took care of Iowa better than any president ever, including the ethanol. But all of the problems that you were having with the heavy rain and the heavy falls and the breaking dams and everything else, we took care of everything. So you really like to be shown some support when that happens, right? I don't think that's abnormal. And I mean, she's supporting a guy that fought ethanol. He fought your Social Security. He fought Medicare. He wanted to raise Social Security up to 70, and he fought against Social Security. But he also fought ethanol because that's very personal to you, and he fought it very hard. And he fought the farmers, the farm bills and everything else. I did just the opposite. By the way, with China, I got the farmers $28 billion from China. I went to Sonny Perdue, the Secretary of Agriculture, our secretary, did a good job. I said, Sonny, the farmers in our country have been treated very badly by China. Most of you that are in the business know that. And I said, what kind of damage have they done over the last 4, 5, 6 years? And he came back the following day. He said, about $28 billion. I said, okay, China's going to pay him. And I took it out of the tariffs. I gave the farmers. Any farmer here get checks from me? Because, right? Yeah. A lot of jobs, too. Remember I said to everybody, because the farmers were very loyal, they stuck. I said, we're going to go through a nasty process with China. They're not going to want to buy. They're not going to, all of the different things. I said, we're going to go through this process. Just be loyal. We're going to win, but you have to stay loyal. And they were unbelievable. I watched, as I think NBC Today Show, if you can believe it. I don't know what I was watching it for. But they interviewed a farmer, and he was having a hard time. During the administration, very beginning, he said, no, but President Trump is doing right. China stopped buying. And we made one of the greatest deals. But I don't talk about it because of COVID. I talk about USMCA, that's Mexico, Canada. I talk about the deal with Japan, the deal with South Korea. I don't even talk about the China deal, but China deal is probably the best of all. They have to buy $50 billion worth of our product. But I gave the farmers of our country $28 billion. And I said early on, because I knew we were going to win the negotiation. It wasn't even that tough, frankly. But nobody else did it. Bush didn't do it, and Obama didn't do it. Nobody cared. Nobody fought for the farmer. I fought for the farmer. But they didn't do it. I knew we were going to win, but I said, you got to remain tough. You got to remain solid. And they were so unbelievable. The farmers were so incredible. He said, President Trump is doing the right thing. I mean, we're hurting right now, but he's doing the right thing. We have to stick with him. And all of a sudden, the dam broke, and we made an unbelievable deal, and we gave you $28 billion. And I say, sometimes I say it a little bit flippant, and they say, please don't say that. Please, sir, my people, please. I say, listen, we're going to win Iowa. Well, how do you know, sir? Because I got him $28 billion for the farmers. I'll be flippant. I mean, maybe you'll have an upset. Who the hell else? Biden doesn't even know what a farmer is. Biden. Can you imagine Biden laying in bed at night, tossing and turning, thinking about how he's going to screw China for $28 billion for the farmers? I don't think he's going to be doing that, right? Sweating at night. No, he's a sound sleep. They gave him his milk and they put him to bed. He doesn't give it yet. So anyway, we did a great job for you, and I appreciate it. Listen, so we will caucus. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. We got to do it. You know, the most important thing we have to do, and less so in this state because your elections run properly, but they only focus on the 6 swing states, 7 or 5, depending on your definition of swing state. But those 5 to 7 states, that means so much. And I think we're going to maybe do a lot better than that. I think we can run the table in many cases. I think we're going to do a lot better in places that normally wouldn't be considered Republican territory. But let's not assume that. And you look at your 5 or 6 swing states. I think that that's the only thing I ask, is that I ask those states in particular, less so you, but those states in particular to guard the vote. I use the term guard the vote because we have all the votes we need. We're going to have – I was in Florida yesterday. We're driving about 10 miles to a location for a meeting, and every house had Trump 2024 on it. We have all the votes we need. What we have to do is guard the vote. We don't need – we have found, 1 million votes someplace. When I was watching Pennsylvania, it was so sad to see. We had that state. We were up by, I think, 700,000 votes with 73% of the vote, and all of a sudden it was tied. And it was so terrible what happened. You take a look at the states. So we have it all documented, too. I hope one of the great things about these, if the judge allows us, the judges, that somebody's got to allow this thing to be prosecuted. We want to show how we won the election, not for purposes of what we want to do is we want to win this one that's coming up, because it's a lot simpler. Think to the future. But you have to learn from history. If you don't learn from history, you're a fool. And we have to learn from history. So I hope that that's going to happen because we have so much evidence. And everybody knows it, and they know it. You know, the one thing they don't want to talk about is the election. They don't want to talk because they're guilty as hell. They cheated like hell. They know it. And you'll never find out all the ways. But we don't need all the ways because, it was, I think, 22,000 votes separated it. And we have millions and millions of votes. It's a very sad thing. So the most important part of what's coming up is to guard the vote. And you should go into Detroit, and you should go into Philadelphia, and you should go into some of these places, Atlanta, and you should go into some of these places, and we got to watch those votes when they come in, when they're being, shoved around in wheelbarrows and dumped on the floor, and everyone's saying, what's going on? We're like a third world nation, and we can't let it happen. So I really appreciate it, caucus captains with all those beautiful hats, and anybody that becomes a caucus, we give it to the people that are the captains. But I think we're going to have a phenomenal night. So it's 7 p.m. on Monday, January 15th, Martin Luther King Day. And I really appreciate that. And I'm very glad they didn't give me any notes, because if I did, I would have been reading. I would have been saying, thank you, here's Biden. Thank you. I saw something the other day that was incredible. He's taking questions. And again, I wouldn't talk this way, but he indicted me. Can you imagine? I got indicted. I'd never heard. The Wharton School of Finance, they didn't have a subject on you get indicted. It wasn't like something you think about, right? My father, my mother and father, they're looking down. My son got indicted more than Alphonse Capone. Don't forget, Al Capone was the toughest, meanest guy. If you had dinner with him and if he smiled the wrong way, where he thought you were maybe smiling about him or mocking him, you were dead. You were a dead person. Scarface, you ever hear? Al Capone, Scarface. That was where the movie came from. He had a scar from here to here, and he didn't get that scar from playing tiddlywinks. Do we agree? He got indicted 1 time. I got indicted 4 times for nothing, And, I think one of the reasons our polls are so high, I think they're 25, 30, 40% higher than they might have been. One of the reasons is because of that, because people get it. They don't like to see it. They've weaponized the Justice Department against Republicans, against me, against churches, against parents. Against parents in favor of school boards that are run horribly. So I think what they did was a big mistake. I know that they had 2 other options, and they said, don't do it again. They're going to indict him into the White House. Don't do it again. So it's one of those things. But it's very sad for our country. When that happens, I think it's a very sad day for our country. So if you would work really hard, make sure that you're all working that night. Bring as many people as you can to vote. and do the caucus like nobody's ever done the caucus before. And we're going to win that, but we have to win the other. And I think that sends a really good signal. The more we win, they're going to see that signal for the November election, and we have to win. You know, the one way you do win is you swamp them. If you swamp them, there's a point at which they can only cheat so much. They will cheat. They're going to try and cheat like hell. It's so sad to see. It's so sad to have to report. But if we swamp them, and part of swamping them is winning the primaries in record numbers, that I think we're going to do that. We seem to be doing it everywhere. We love you very much. Thank you very much. And remember that date. Remember that date. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Going out that door over there. Oh, wouldn't that be You all right? That's a lot of standing, wasn't it? I think we were both going. I would have thought.
I just shot her on my phone.
which provided veterans choice in their health care. It was an easy solution. For those men and women who are willing to sacrifice everything, including their life for their country, they should be able to pick their doctor. These reforms brought the VA into the 21st century and likely saved thousands of lives. President Trump kept his promise to our nation's heroes, and I say thank you, President Trump. Allow me to quickly pivot to caucus politics. Many of you remember I founded the Iowa chapter of Americans for Prosperity. It was a privilege to build AFP Iowa into the highest performing state chapter in the country. Unsurprisingly, they endorsed somebody other than President Trump. Respectfully, anybody not supporting Trump is just delaying the inevitable. I typically love primaries because I feel it builds stronger candidates, and I'm one of the biggest champions of our beloved Iowa caucuses. But this primary is done. Since I left AFP, I stepped away from politics. I went into private life, focusing on my growing family and also on building businesses. But the stakes in this election cycle are just too high for me to stand on the sidelines. President Joe Biden and his Democrat allies are weaponizing the government against a former president. Radical Democrats in Congress impeached him twice. Partisan prosecutors have indicted him 4 times. Marxist judges have illegally gagged him twice. The New York Attorney General is trying to bankrupt his family business. These rabid, partisan prosecutors have President Trump facing close to 700 years in prison. They're even trying to illegally remove him off of the ballot so Joe Biden wins by default. These are republic-ending tactics. Donald Trump is willing to risk his life in prison to save our country. He could suspend his campaign today, and all of these phony charges would go away overnight. He could retire a wealthy and a happy man in Mar-a-Lago, but instead he risks his fortune, his freedom, everything for a greater cause. He is doing it for us. I am grateful that Donald Trump is fighting for us because I believe that he's uniquely built for this moment in American history. Today, I proudly endorse Donald Trump for president. I will see you at the caucus. Thank you.
Making America great again starts.
All right, that is Cedar Rapids coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Jessica Rivera. Jessica, it's great to be here. You just heard the president speak in Ankeny, about 125 miles west of our location. What kind of things do you think the president will bring up here in Cedar Rapids?
You know, as the speaker was just met, the war veteran just left the stage, and he explained that, you know, there were a few states, and there are a couple more states that I think are trying to keep President Trump off of the ballot, and none of them have succeeded yet. I know my state, Colorado, tried it, and the judge said absolutely not. He will stay on the ballot, just like Michigan. So expect him to speak on that. Of course, Obamacare, repealing the Affordable Care Act, if we could call it affordable. And we know from what his campaign has said is that the president is going to focus on the Biden administration's failures so that it really, really hits home to people what we are up against in 2024.
Exactly. The count is on for the Iowa caucuses. We're looking at 44 days until the first one in the nation. Obviously, the president touring throughout this state. You were speaking before about Governor DeSantis doing the same thing. But at the end of the day, when he was talking the other night with Gavin Newsom in that debate, it was a nice so-called governor's debate, but that's all it was, a governor's debate, not a presidential debate. And I believe that right now, of course, with the polling, right now, Donald Trump leading astounding numbers right now, Jessica. I mean, by 59 points for the national polls right now in the primary. That's a huge lead.
It is going to take some special and a lot of support for DeSantis to even kind of make up that gap even halfway, I would say, at this point, which it doesn't seem as if that's really the direction DeSantis is going. Yes, he may have gotten, Governor Reynolds from here in Iowa, may have gotten her backing. He's gotten a few other backings for sure, but Trump blows him out of the water when it comes to endorsements. We were just talking before this, Ohio has just, the Ohio Republican Party has endorsed him, amongst others around the country. It's like every day there's somebody coming out publicly endorsing him, and I think it really speaks to the tone of I think at one point, a lot of people kind of thought, I'll kind of stand back and not really make, my wishes known as to who I'm going to support. But now they've decided they're gonna be public about it.
All right, and let's go to the stage right now. We'll step back on camera in just a minute.
I'm going to introduce some more guests here. Let's go ahead. Please, stay on your feet. Come on, we're staying loud around here. There's nothing to be quiet about. All right, let's give it up for Representative Bobby Kaufman. All right, let's keep the energy here. Let's give it up for Bernie Hayes, Lynn County GOP Chair. All right, let's give it up one more time. We've got Merle Miller from Washington County GOP Chair. There we go. All right, we'll give it up one more time. Our first time, so we have a Trump caucus captain. Who are the Trump caucus captains in here? There we go. We have a Trump caucus captain, Thomas McInerney. All right, you guys grab your seats. All right, feel free to grab your seats. Thank you all so much. You guys can take your seats now. We are going to be doing something a little bit different at this event than we typically do. Obviously, there's a lot of questions. We have the caucus coming up here very, very soon. And so we wanted to take a time to do a panel discussion. Obviously, we have folks from all different walks of the caucus system, all different walks of the Republican Party system. And so we wanted to ask them a couple of questions. We want to do a little bit of a panel, question and answer. And so I'm just going to start things off. I'm going to be the moderator. And so one of the things that I wanted to do is I was talking with Representative Kaufman backstage, and he actually had 3 questions for you. So I'll toss it over to Representative Kaufman.
Hello, everybody. I do have 3 questions. Number 1, who's ready to see Donald J. Trump today? Question number 2, who's ready to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House? And then a much more serious question. Please raise your hand if this next caucus will be your first. That is absolutely incredible. Keep your hands up. This is the expansion of the electorate that nobody but President Trump can do. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Representative. And that actually is a great little leeway here. So, Bernie, I had a quick question for you. So, you are a county GOP chair. Obviously, you in your county are running the caucus system. So if you could tell us a little bit, what is a caucus? What goes into a caucus? Obviously, we just watched the video, but from your side, as a county chair, what goes into it?
Well, a caucus is folks coming together, which is a cool thing in Iowa. Okay, you don't go to a voting place and simply fill out a ballot and walk away. You actually get with your neighbors and you hear about the other candidates and you discuss, you caucus, and you decide, yeah, I'm supporting that person or I'm supporting this person and so on. There's other caucus business. In county, we have 94 precincts, okay? Yeah, that's a lot of work. Someone asked me the other day, how many people do you need to pull off a caucus well? I said, you know what? We need about 500 people. 500 volunteers. They're not paid. We need people to be the site captain, the poll reporter. We need people to be the chair and the secretary, to be the registrars for the people that come in. Everybody needs to be a registered Republican. We have same-day registration. If you're with a different party or no party, you can register with the Republican Party that day and vote in caucus, okay? So we need all those people at all those 50 sites. And by the way, if you want to help, and I'm expecting you to help, okay, just email me, chair@lynnCountyGOP.org. I need your name and address, and a phone number, and I've already got your email, but email lynnCountyGOP.org, chair@lynnCountyGOP.org, and we'll sign you up for caucus.
All right, thank you so much. So my next question here is from you, Merle. So this is your first time being chair through a caucus, correct? Second time, okay. And so you first became involved in politics, you were just telling me, in 2016. So why don't you tell me a little bit, how did you become a county chair?
That's kind of interesting, actually. I really have never been involved in politics until around 2016 when actually a really good friend of mine kind of got me involved a little bit with the Trump campaign. Thank God. We need Trump, okay? He's a great businessman. And so there's a fellow right down here by the front, Abe Miller. He talked me into coming to a county meeting and talking about how great Trump was and all the things he did and a businessman and those kinds of things. And the next thing I know, they're voting and I said, you should be the chairperson. And all of a sudden, I guess I am. So it's been a great experience. We've got a lot of really, really good volunteers in Washington County. And we have a lot of fun in our meetings. But come out, January 15th, get ready, dress up. It's going to be cold. Get the shovels out if you need to shovel the sidewalks before you come. We need you.
Great, thank you so much. So Thomas, you are a Trump caucus captain. Obviously, so a lot of people are wondering, we're seeing the signs. I see a couple of the white and gold hats out there. What is a Trump caucus captain?
Well, a Trump caucus captain is one that shows up to the site early as he can be, and they gather 10 of their friends, their neighbors, who support Trump, and make sure that they get out to the caucus. And also, importantly, to know where to go at the caucus. And that's important, is to make sure that it's not the same place as it usually is when it comes to like where you usually vote. That's typically may be a different location. So you've got to make sure that all your people are going to know where to go, and then if need be, pick them up in a bus or something and just get them to the caucus.
And so, obviously, that's a little bit of it, but isn't there, so what do you do actually at the caucus as a caucus captain?
Well, as a caucus captain, you speak for the president. You have an opportunity to convince your neighbors that this is the right solution. My personal favorite is simply saying he will prevent World War III. And that usually hits off really well. So, if anything else.
Great, thank you so much. And so, I'm going to go back to you, Bernie. So, question for you, Bernie. So, obviously, you're a county chair. This is not your first rodeo. You kind of ran us all through it. So, what is the difference, obviously, with the Trump campaign and having these Trump caucus captains at every single precinct all across the state? What impact does that have?
So, it's one thing to go to caucus and simply vote. It's another thing to get involved in the process. When you go to caucus, you have the opportunity to become involved in your local county organization. Right? You can be a precinct committee member is what they call it. And that will allow you to go and be elected maybe as a delegate to the county convention, to the district convention, to the state convention. And what you want to do, and what I commend the Trump campaign for doing, is that they're focusing on having representation at the national convention. Not just showing up at caucus night and going home, but participating through the process all the way up to the national convention, which will be in Milwaukee in July. So yeah, that's what you want to do. If you want to represent you want to see your candidate go forward, you need to participate all the way through.
That's a great question. Just kind of following up there. So what is, obviously you go and you caucus at your individual precincts. What are those next steps? What does that look like?
So as a delegate, you would go to your county convention. You can sign up for your county convention that night. You can be voted in by your fellow precinct members. And then you campaign to be a delegate to the district convention and to the state convention. And you also campaign to be a delegate to the national convention. So you're going to be voted in every level, but you run your own little campaign. That's how you get there.
Great. Yeah. No, that's great. Thank you so much. And so my next question is for you, Representative Kaufman. So obviously you have endorsed President Trump. You are our senior advisor here on the campaign here. And so obviously, as the president has said before, he loves all endorsements. All endorsements are fantastic, but we love those early endorsements. So why were you such an early supporter of Donald Trump, of President Trump?
I would surmise that my reasoning is the same as many in this room. Who else thinks President Trump is a rock star badass? One more time. Who thinks President Trump is a rock star badass? That's why.
Always hard to follow a representative. So just kind of continuing on with that. And so, Merle, you obviously have been a part of this since 2016. You're running things. So in your county, where do you see, on caucus night, say, as we know here in Iowa, as we see around here, it's going to be cold, it's going to be snowy, potentially. How do you prepare? How do you make sure that you're ready for caucus night so that no matter what, you have everything ready to go and you're showing up at your precinct?
Thank you. Well, first of all, I mean, it's kind of a planning thing, and we do, and I'm sure all counties do. We have packets put together for everybody, so all the chair persons can have a program to run in. The state does a really good job of outlining everything. In addition, this year, we're going to put some things into the packet that talks about some of the things that President Trump has done, not wannabes, okay? So he has done it already. And I just, if you want to go on to uswhitehouse.gov and print out things that President Trump has done for our country, it'll give you about 280 things. I typed up about, 30 of these things. Is it okay if I read these? Okay, I'm not going to do all 30.
There's a long list of accomplishments, but we want
to... And I'll give you guys, any precinct chair, captain, anybody, if you want a copy of this, I'll give it to you. And you can make your own if you want. But first of all, do you think we would be where we're at if he didn't have conservative judges elected to the bench? No. You think we would have overturned Roe v. Wade if he didn't have conservative judges? Do you think we would be in the war that we are today if he would still be president? No. Do you think home mortgage interest rates would be at 8.25% for a 30-year interest? No. It would be at 2.75 like it was when he was here. Okay? What about gas prices? Who's filled up their tank with gas? It was $1.68 when he left office. Now it's what? It was as high as almost $5. Now it's down to almost $3. Those are just a few things. And I get excited about this.
No, that's
Go
great.
ahead.
No, that's great. I think it's a great way to be excited for, right? And so I do want to remind, obviously you did mention the former White House website, but ia.donaldjtrump.com is our microsite here in Iowa. If you have any questions, if you want to know where your precincts are, if you want to know what President Trump has done for Iowans, here you can go there. There's a long, long list, and the list keeps growing, right? So obviously there's that. And so my next question, I want to go over to you, Thomas. So question for you. So obviously, you are a Trump caucus captain. You've been through the trainings. So I think there's a lot of folks here, and I've kind of talked to some folks out here, is, they see the caucus system as this scary, mystical, I don't know what it is system. As somebody who's a Trump caucus captain, as somebody who's a county chair, can you help just demystify what, in its essence, what is a caucus, right? I mean, can you kind of run us through it?
Well, a caucus is the best way to get someone elected. They show up on the day of. There's no absentee voting. There's no early voting.
Sorry to jump in. What is the day?
The day is January 15th, and it starts at 7 o'clock. Whoever's in line gets to get inside. But they close the doors at 7 o'clock, and we begin the business of going through the process of the caucus. And it's fairly straightforward, but the important thing is the first order of business is to elect the coordinator of the meeting, which is called the permanent chair. And that person is elected and then proceeds with the meeting. And then soon afterwards, there'll be the first order of business is the selection, the straw poll of for the president. And so during that period of time, you'll have people come up and speak for their candidate of choice, and people listen, and that's how everybody gets one little ballot. It's usually just a piece of paper. Some counties are different. They have a little more organization, but they can simply be scraps of paper, and they put them in a hat, and you all look at it. And depending on the size of your precinct, you'll probably have maybe 40, maybe up to 100 people, possibly even more, depending on how Republican your county or your precinct is.
When all of our Trump caucus captains bring more than 10, when they bring 200, 300 of their nearest neighbors and friends.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very important that that you understand that this is just meeting people that you live around with. I mean, they're in the same precinct. They are your neighbors. And they're the ones who really want to make a difference. And so it's very important, if anything, have a friend, or if the county allows it, nominate yourself to be a delegate. And remember, being a delegate is important about making real substantial change in Iowa in the Republican Party. The next thing is, if you don't get to be a delegate, you can be an alternate. An alternate is it's just as likely that you might end up getting into the district convention and to the state. A lot of these positions, it's just a matter of just being there and signing up, and that will help we make change in a positive way.
Great, thank you so much. So, kind of, Bobby, in closing, right, kind of as we're wrapping this thing up, I know everyone loves hearing us up here, and I appreciate you all for paying attention so quietly. If you guys could just be a little bit louder here, just for a little bit. I mean, President Trump, I know, is on his way, so we need to make sure that we are warming up everyone around here. So, Representative, if you could talk about, so what has President Trump done for Iowa caucuses here?
What has President Trump done for the state of Iowa or for the caucuses?
For the caucuses here or the state of Iowa?
Well, number one, we're first in the nation because of President Trump, period. He said Iowa stays number one, and just like everything else, he simply kept his word. What's he done for Iowa? I think the list of things he hasn't done is much shorter. I mean, you look at making sure farmers are compensated, making sure that our gas prices are low, making sure we have accessible energy. I mean, think about how things were when he was in office and compare with how things are now. You're damn right. President Trump has always had Iowa's back, and are we going to have his back this time on January 15th? That's right!
Representative, I have one final question for you. How are the Hawkeyes going to do tonight?
We're going to play great defense, and hopefully we're going to get a victory.
Well, thank you all so much for taking the time to spend it with us. Thank you so much for listening. Obviously, thank you so much for all you're doing for the president. Let's give it up for everyone here on our panel. Thank you all so much.
In Cedar Rapids, a number of people talking about the Iowa caucus. January 15th, once again, that's 44 days away. Mm-hmm. It's, month after month, the president's been touring this area. Let's continue here.
Iowa Attorney General Brenna Bird.
Is ready to fire Joe Biden. We are long overdue, aren't we, for a new president? You bet. We need President Trump back. I'm Brenna Bird. I'm your Attorney General. And as I look at you, I see so many people here in this crowd up to the rafters. So many people that helped me defeat the longest serving Attorney General in Iowa history. Thank you. Thank you. And the real secret to why President Trump's going to win again, he has the best supporters, doesn't he? You are committed. You're going to make it happen. So, it's never been more important for us to turn out to the caucuses. Your country depends upon it. The failures that we're seeing out of the Biden administration are unprecedented. Reckless open borders, drugs pouring across the border, crime, human trafficking, terrorists, all of those things are up. Inflation is terrible, the economy's in trouble, and America's position in the world has suffered. The Biden administration has a clear disregard for the rule of law, whether it's politically motivated prosecutions, whether it's attacks on our Second Amendment rights, even our pork producers here in Iowa are under attack. And every time I turn around, it seems like, as your Attorney General, I've got to sue the Biden administration to force them to follow our laws and Constitution. We all remember how different our lives were when President Trump was our president, don't we? Yes, we had more jobs, the economy was better, our border was secure, America was safe, agriculture was supported, something that's really important to me coming from a farm. And on the world stage, America was strong. Well, we're going to get that back again, aren't we? Because we're going to caucus. I am proud to support and endorse President Trump because he's the one who will fire Joe Biden and win our country back. Well, we've got the right man for the job, and he's done that despite everything they've tried to do to him to keep him from running. We know he's a patriot like us, and he loves our country just as much as we do, and we need him in there. But to do that, I need you to get out and caucus and bring your friends. Would you believe it? I went to my first caucus when I was 12. So by the time I was 18, I knew how to do it because I'd seen it before. But because President Trump is so popular, he's bringing out people that have never caucused before. And that is a wonderful, powerful thing. But we have to make sure people know how to do it. So make sure that you sign up as a caucus captain. Go to ia.donaldjtrump.com, sign up as a caucus captain if you haven't already, and don't just do that. When you go to caucus, you bring 10 of your friends with you, friends, relatives, whoever it might be. You bring them out with you. And don't stop at 10. That is how we take our country back. We do it by making sure our friends and neighbors, our fellow Trump supporters, go to the caucuses on January 15th, come early at 6 o'clock, bring your ID, and when it comes time to vote for President Donald J. Trump. And if you think you might not know how to vote at a caucus, or some people might not know, you're not alone because there's so many new supporters. So reach out to the campaign staff. I just spoke to a lady here tonight who said she's new to her precinct and she doesn't know anybody. Call the campaign. They will tell you who the key supporters are who will come to the caucus. That will make all the difference. Because what will happen when you go to your caucus with 10 of your friends and everybody here in this room does the same thing? We win big, don't we? And we get President Trump back at the helm of our nation, making America great again and keeping our country on track. And please know this, as your Attorney General, as long as I'm in that job, you will always have an ally fighting to make America great in the Attorney General's office. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former acting U.S. Attorney General, Matt Whitaker.
Hello, Cedar Rapids, Lynn County, Eastern Iowa. I feel like I'm home. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. You know what? I'm so excited. We are almost a month out from the Iowa caucuses. We are so close to having all of you have your voices be heard. How many of you have signed up to be caucus captains? Why isn't everybody raising their hand? Even the Attorney General of the great state of Iowa has signed up to be a caucus captain. I don't know if you know this, but there are some pretty sweet swag that comes with being a caucus captain. You go to ia.donaldjtrump.com, you sign up to be a caucus captain, and you get a white with gold embroidery, only in Trump world, gold that says Trump caucus captain. Because you know what? On January 15th, you're going to want that hat. Because on January 15th, Donald J. Trump not only will win Iowa, he will win by the largest margin in Iowa history. And I know some of you have never been to a caucus. I went to my first caucus when I was a senior in high school. I got extra credit, and I got elected to be a delegate to the county convention. So you never know what's going to happen once you get bit by the Iowa caucus bug. But you know, there's a lot of people from out of state that don't understand these Iowa caucuses. They don't understand how important it is. They don't understand why we want to preserve and protect Iowa's first in the nation status. It's because this is real America. The state of Iowa is real America. It's not, there's no coastal elites. If you're in Davenport or Council Bluffs, you're not a coastal elite. You just live on a river. Because this is real America. We have common sense. We work hard. We cheer on the Iowa Hawkeyes. So I'm so appreciative. I have so many friends in this room. I can just see so many of you, and I'm so thankful for your friendship, your support, your love, your prayers. But you know what? We are going to have to come together like we've never come together before, because only God can save this country. Only our prayers being answered can save this country, because we are in a mess. And we had it fixed. For the 4 years that we were there in the Trump administration, we were fixing and turning this ship. And it's amazing how quickly the left can tear it apart. And we need to change it permanently. And it starts with electing Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States. I know each of you love the President. I know each of you support the President. I know each of you are going to do everything you can to help him get elected. But it is so important. I cannot overstate the importance of January 15th at 7 p.m. You heard this great panel here with the experts explaining, taking away any fear you might have for showing up. If it's your first caucus, like it was my first caucus in 1988 in Ankeny, Iowa, I'm telling you, it's not that scary. You stick your chest out, you walk in proud, you wear your Trump hat, and you write on a piece of paper or check the box that says Donald J. Trump for President of the United States. Are you going to do that? Are you going to do that? Now, I do have to talk about my Hawkeyes just for 1 minute, if you don't mind. I see a few of you wearing the black and gold. This is what you need to understand, my friends. Hawkeye State, by the way. Do you play the game, or you just quit before the game is played? You play the game. Because I remember many times where we were underdogs, where we were counted out, where we showed up, and not only did we win, but we beat the other team into submission. Because that's what we're going to do today. We're going to show up in Indianapolis tonight, and we're going to play our best game. And if we have to punt 15 times to win the game, then that's what we'll do, because punting is winning, remember. So anyway, my friends, I'm so excited to be here in Cedar Rapids and Lynn County in eastern Iowa. This is a beloved place for me, a place where I spent many years. And I just want to thank you all for your support of Donald Trump. I want to encourage you to go sign up to be a caucus captain at ia.donaldjtrump.com. And I also have the great honor of mentioning two people who have won signed MAGA hats because they committed to caucus. And in both cases, on these caucus cards, they checked, "This is my first Iowa caucus." Because you know what? Donald Trump has more support across this state than any candidate, and he especially has the support of people that understand why this matters, and they understand that they need to show up for the first time in their lives to caucus for the president. So, without further ado, I would ask that you come up and see my man right here with the two hats. I have two names. One is Jesse Sellers from Cedar Rapids. And the other one is Joseph Broughton. So congratulations. Come see my man right here. Thank you for caucusing for President Trump. God bless you. God bless law enforcement. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you and go Hawks.
Hey, Iowa. Unfortunately, today, Americans live in uncertain times. Just 3 short years ago, the United States was a safer, more prosperous nation under the leadership of my father-in-law, President Donald J. Trump. But as difficult as life may be in Joe Biden's America, you all possess.
Okay, you heard there from Iowa's Matt Whitaker, and of course he was referencing a number of things according to the caucus, but also the Hawkeye state in the sense of the Iowa Hawkeyes playing the Michigan Wolverines for the Big Ten Championship tonight in Indianapolis, so a lot of Hawkeye pride here. There's some Buckeye pride as well in the sense of the support that the Buckeye State, OHIO, I see out there in Columbus, Ohio, Cincinnati, Cleveland, and suburbs throughout that state. The GOP Republican Party has officially endorsed President Donald Trump as for the 47th president. So a lot of news happening this week with a lot of endorsements, and then even in the media with Tucker Carlson. So it's a good time if you are a Trump supporter.
Absolutely. And you know what, Matthew White? While, we've kind of been a little off camera, I was kind of looking at some topics or talking points that really hit home to Iowans because they are a special breed. Obviously, we still have this caucus. This is farm country, so a lot of agricultural issues really are things that they're going to be more interested in. And so I was looking it up, and it looks like agricultural subsidies is what they're, some of the topics that they're more interested in. Ethanol additives for gasoline, and this year the relatively new issue of carbon pipelines, which we've heard quite a bit about, especially with the Biden administration. So we definitely do expect President Trump to speak to those specific topics for Iowa here today.
22 million acres of farmland in the great state of Iowa, about 3 million people for the population. And I was speaking to a rancher who's actually from Kansas, but still, a cattle rancher, same kind of farming and that kind of thing also goes on in Iowa. The point was that under the Biden administration, it's $160 for a 1,400 pound of hay bale. Back in the Trump administration, it was $50 for that 1,400 pound hay bale. So whether it's hay or whether it's the immigration situation, whether it's our freedoms, we know what it was like under a different administration between 2016 and 2020. So we're going to see what the president talks about here in Cedar Rapids, as he just spoke in Ankeny, as you just heard a little bit earlier. My name is Matthew Alvarez, alongside Jessica Rivera. And follow RSBN at RSBN. Also, if you'd like to donate to Right Side Broadcasting, can you share with the viewers just some important reasons why that's a good thing to do?
It is because, our support comes from you, the viewers. So if you go and you support us and keep us, funded to some degree, you get to see us and you get to hear what Right Side Broadcasting Network has to say. And if you're a conservative Christian and those values align with you, that would be some of the reasons to go and donate. And we're in America, so money speaks volumes. So wherever you put your money is definitely important. And I know, as we were talking earlier, many Americans are really watching where their money is going. So if Right Side Broadcasting Network is a place that you enjoy and you kind of call home for your news, all things Trump, election, national news, you definitely want to sign up to be a contributor. And also, there's plenty of stuff. We have great articles that are written by a lot of our writers, and we have an RSBN newsletter, right?
Exactly.
So you can keep up with everything, and then you know what's happening with President Trump, where he'll be next, and how he's doing in the polls.
100%. So RSBN, the rsbnetwork.com/newsletters, where you can get that newsletter. And as you were talking, Jessica, I was thinking about the woke corporations that are backing the big legacy mainstream media, the lamestream media. Those dollars are going towards things that are a incorrect narrative, a false narrative, spin, propaganda, as you all know. And so what's happening on the conservative media side is it's you, the people of this country, are helping to finance us even being out here to give you full coverage of the president's speech that's going to be happening in about an hour here, Central Time. And also, the commentary from people that are awesome in the sense of from the mainstream media. Brian Glenn, he nonstop has been just going full steam ahead and leading the way in conservative media. And, for us to be a part of that is quite awesome, Jessica.
And I know, Matthew, you just mentioned our colleague Brian Glenn, who we absolutely love. But I'm not convinced. I'm convinced that he has got to be some sort of a machine, because you always see him. He's always working. He's always on some plane. He's always headed somewhere. If not, he's definitely involved, even if he's not on TV. So I want to give a shout out to Brian, because he works very hard for this network, and it definitely shows. So we appreciate him. But yeah, you get to see all the commentators and whoever you connect with. And if you just like to read articles, there's those on our website. But it will definitely keep you updated, especially if Right Side Broadcasting is the place that you want to call home for your information. Obviously, you're going to hear things on here that you're not going to hear in your local or the mainstream media, and we don't have to preach to the choir. I think you know that if you enjoy what we bring to you. So we appreciate you viewers. You are very much family to us, and we thank you for all of your support.
That is well said right there. No, seriously. That was really well said, because you are family to us. We are on the same team for this country, and we just love God, our country, the Constitution, right? Freedom. And a shout out as well to Vanessa Broussard and Christina Bobb, who also you'll see out at rallies, events, speeches, remarks. It takes a whole team, not only on camera, but behind the scenes, in order to bring you this live coverage and all of those great articles that are being written by so many staff writers with Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's just awesome to see when President Trump retruths something to his 6-odd million people on just Truth Social, but that gets broadcast through X and all around the world. So that's pretty awesome stuff. Once again, to bring you up to speed here, we're waiting for President Trump. He'll be speaking within the hour here in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. This has got to be his, at this point, obviously it's a double-digit campaign stop just in the past few months. So we're looking forward to hearing from him. There's a number of endorsements, as we talked about earlier, and I put together a pretty fun list here that I want to share with everybody, and I want to see if you come up with some people too. But we did talk about Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, Dr. Ben Carson, some 150 faith leaders right here in Iowa. We're talking Pastor Mark Burns out of South Carolina, Pastor Greg Locke out of the great state of Tennessee. And then, of course, on the international level, so many leaders now, Jessica, are in support of freedom, which is MAGA, which is Trump. Yeah, and one of those countries is Hungary. Their leader there, they had a very in-depth interview on Tucker Carlson in regards to just the gratitude and the greatness that he feels President Trump brought to America, and how
little do Americans know, because we don't live any other place. We've never, a majority of us, have never lived anywhere else besides here. So we take advantage, or take for granted, should I say, a lot of the freedoms that we have that other countries don't. But I will not forget when he mentioned, and I've heard this from numerous leaders, that they want Americans to realize that the world really does watch us, good or bad, because however America is doing, that either gives hope or it kind of can put them on their toes. Depending on how we're doing, it really does trickle down to the rest of the world. It really does.
Viktor Orban in Hungary, the Prime Minister of Italy, the new president in Argentina, the new president in the Netherlands, Geert Wilder.
Yes.
I learned yesterday from, again, Doug Billings with the pronunciation on that. But the point is here as well, check this out. Elon Musk says he won't vote for Biden over Trump. Artists, John Rich, Trace Atkins, Jason Aldean, Travis Tritt, Kid Rock, Ted Nugent, Fergus Blow, Kodak Black, Little Pump, Little Wayne. The list goes on. Dana White. Who else is going to support this guy?
And you know what was actually, many on those lists I kind of figured, but some of those names I think a lot of our viewers would even be surprised to hear. In hip-hop, in music, in the movie industry. Of course, they're shunned and they're kind of attacked for their support. But I think people are really, really focusing on, you know what, we may not love everything about President Trump. Nobody is perfect, but the reality is he ran this country already. Nobody else who is running right now can run off of a great record that he has. They can only promise things that the majority, we know on both sides of the aisle, don't hardly ever deliver. And you know that if President Trump told you he was going to do something, good or bad, it was going to get done. It was just a matter of time. And one of those things that he has mentioned is the repealing of the Obamacare, which is right now the Affordable Care Act, which if anybody has any experience with that, knows that it's anything but affordable. And it's pretty much driven out a lot of insurances in the country, in many states. So we know that he's going to talk about that today. His campaign has actually told, kind of put that out in the press release, that's one of the things. And, he is going to talk about how important Iowa is. Yes, it is a red state, but, the Democrats are putting a lot of money into the state too. So, and nothing is sealed until January 2024.
That's right. And speaking of January, let's just go to January 2020. January 2024 when it comes to the Iowa caucus on January 15th. Not to bore you, let me just finish that quick list here. The UFC, Colby Covington, Tito Ortiz, Conor McGregor, Jorge Masvidal. Then even in baseball, Mariano Rivera. These are all people, whether from 2016 up to this point, have said positive things or have thrown their support behind Donald Trump. And, I do as well. I'm not one of those big names or anything, but the reason why I do it is because at the end of the day, it's not the left-wing mainstream media lying narrative that has just been throwing the truth to the side. I'm for someone that is for truth. So if that's President Trump or Carrie Lake or anybody, right? MTG, Matt Gaetz, I'm for those people. So it happens to be that President Trump's running for office. Well, there you go. We're allowed to share opinions at this network, which is awesome. But at the end of the day, the numbers are speaking louder than me, and the people are speaking louder than me when it comes to what's going on right now.
Definitely. And a lot of these celebrities, for instance, Conor McGregor, some of those well-known UFC fighters, whatever it may be, in sports, actors, in the music industry, that I think it's come to a point, like I was saying, that they just don't really care the flack that they're going to receive, because you know what, they can tangibly, they can tell you, they can at least pick a few things that President Trump has done that is so great. Whereas, I don't know, Matthew, if you have this this experience with people who are Biden supporters. Lots of times you'll ask them, and it's not to really start an argument. It's really to say, what do you really like? We work in politics. We know a lot of information. We obviously know Biden does have some supporters, But when you ask them, there's really not any specific policy that they can really point to. What they point to is that anybody but Trump. And to me, I don't feel like that's a good reason to vote for somebody.
Yeah, no, 100%. Anybody but. Yeah, that's.
I mean, we're still on that. It seems silly to me.
Right. Well, and also what I've seen is it seems like a lot of people that are activists on the left, there's a very angry spirit behind it. You know, we look at this room here, which why don't we do that here at RSBN? We'd love to show you the crowds as the next song plays here in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. You know, the people here shaking hands. I see somebody to the left doing that. I mean, people here just love their country. It's as simple as that. Sometimes, you know, the mainstream media, they try to overcomplicate and bring chaos and bring all these, you know, very important sounding words and these big productions all to do what? To bring a false narrative, propaganda that is against the basics of what we stand for in this country, which is the Constitution of the United States of America. And so anybody that really comes against that is not on the side of the people, because millions of people are on the side of the president, but he is the people's president. He was the people's president between 16 and 20.
And, you know, Matthew, you were mentioning just the camaraderie that is happening here. And it happens very often at these Trump events. A lot of people get together. People are joyous. People are happy. They like to meet other Trump supporters. And it kind of resonates with Iowa because that's what these caucuses are about, is that communities, Iowans come together in their own areas and they talk about the issues that affect, the state, of course, but specifically their counties, their towns. What are the firefighters saying? What are the teachers saying? And you get to have like a roundtable discussion to kind of figure out, maybe you're not going to change your vote, but you kind of understand where there's a need maybe you didn't even know was there.
Exactly. Switching gears real quick, we are 44 days from the Iowa caucus. As we know, there's a ton of support in this state for that January 15th caucus. Iowa polls have Trump with a massive lead over the Republican field. Nationally, President Trump is leading by 59 points over the Republican primary field. That's the latest national poll from Morning Consult. So you're talking Trump at 64%, DeSantis 14%. Haley, 10%, Ramaswamy at 6%. And again, as many of you know, Iowa is farm country. 22 million acres of farmland right here. We want to give a shout out to the farmers, to the ranchers, to the people that feed us from right here in Iowa. Thank you so much for joining us right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. My name is Matthew Alvarez. I'm along with Jessica Rivera. You can follow us on Truth Social if you'd like. I'm at Matthew Alvarez, and Jessica is
at either at the Jessica Rivera or at Jessica Rivera, and you can see me. You'll be able to see me there.
Awesome. The other poll I was looking at is the Rust Belt poll, so the Iowa Republican Presidential Caucus. So again, Donald Trump, of course, in the lead there. But we're talking whether it's suburban, rural, evangelical, Catholic, urban, conservative, whether you have a high school degree. I mean, everyone on that list that I just named, the percentages here in Iowa are in favor of the 45th president, and was and should have been, I correct that, should have been the 46th, but that's besides the point. At this point, we were going to thank some of our great sponsors here as well in just a moment, but I want to get back to real quick the RSBN newsletter, because that is something that people can get into their inbox right now with that exclusive content and offers and material that is something that will bring you more light, more truth, becoming awake. I mean, the country and the world, those that love freedom around this world love to be awake and understand what's going on. So the mainstream media, of course, for years have been trying to hide that thing. Well, guess what? Let your light shine on a hill.
Yeah, and we're coming up on the holidays, and a lot of people are, the holidays, I think, yes, it's for family and everyone is very happy. But, I think coming up on, with this, under this administration, it's kind of a stressful time. People are trying to figure out how they're going to, many families are just trying to figure out how they're going to get by with the basics, necessities. At the same time, we're seeing, illegal immigrants being handed out everything. And it really makes a lot of people question whether this administration really does care about the American people, or are they kind of just thinking that they're really that dumb, that we don't see these things or don't hear about these things. But anyways, in the newsletters, you'll read about some of those, that information about what's going on. You'll just be up to date, and which is a great thing, because President Trump isn't, well, I don't want to say he's not every day doing a rally, but it'll get there.
Yeah.
It'll get there where there will be many days after days as we get closer to the election. But, he doesn't always have an event, so that's a good way to keep up with what's on Right Side Broadcasting and what we're working on.
And also, if it wasn't for the Birch Gold Group, a lot of what you see here, it would be very difficult to do, along with all of the sponsors that we have today and at every broadcast. So we thank our sponsors for providing this for us, and also you, the viewer that is also donating to Right Side Broadcasting. So we'd like to tell you about our friends at Birch Gold Group. As you know, right now, the dollar, they're trying to devalue that by bringing in the local currencies of BRICS, Brazil and Russia, India, China, South Africa. They're just trying to do away with the dollar. But guess what? Birch Gold Group has got you covered on that. All you got to do is text Trump to 989898. And it's something that will be good, because you have gold and silver and precious metals as a backing to that dollar, just to have that little extra support.
Yeah, which many generations ago was a very normal thing to do. I don't know if it has, I think it's caught on now that, the value of the dollar is definitely going down. But I think at one point it maybe wasn't as popular, but now I think people are seeing the value in it, and Birch Gold has got you covered there. It's 989898.
Yep.
You just
text Trump.
Text Trump.
Yep. And then now through December 22nd, for every $5,000 you spend with Birch Gold, they'll send you 1 ounce a Silver Eagle coin for free as well. So go ahead and text Trump to 9998. We thank the Birch Gold Group for this sponsorship here at Right Side Broadcasting. I'm Matthew Alvarez, alongside
Jessica Rivera.
It's so funny. I've been saying that all day, and I've been like, Matthew Alvarez alongside, and I kept saying her name.
Yes.
But she was about to say Jessica Rivera.
I thought, well, he's got it. He knows it. He says it fine.
I do. Did I just give myself props saying I do? But whatever. Yeah. Anyway, back to what we're doing here. We are live in Cedar Rapids, and the president is going to be speaking at around 3:30 Central, so 4:30 for those of you watching the East Coast. A shout out to those in the Northeast watching right now, and the Southeast, and all across this great country. Thank you so much for joining us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. You can follow us at RSBN on Truth Social, at RSBN. Follow myself at Matthew Alvarez, and you can also follow Jessica Rivera on that great social media platform. Speaking of social media platforms, Elon Musk said something the other day that I thought was pretty interesting. I know that he, had a few expletives to say, but outside of that, he says he's basically saying he's sick of seeing people looking good, but then their actions and what they're doing is evil. And that reminded me of a scripture in Matthew, I think it's chapter 7, verse 15, about a wolf in sheep's clothing. How many times have we seen that with certain politicians or certain people on the media that act like, and I'm thinking of a governor in California, but anyway, point is, you want to trust the person that you put into office, right? You want to trust your news source. You want to trust who's teaching you at or preaching in the pulpit. So by the fruits of the Spirit, you will be able to see and know if this person is on the up and up, right? Or at least meet them, take them to lunch, talk to them, get to know them. But I think people are sick of it, Jessica. They don't want to see any more people that are acting like they're all good on the outside, but on the inside, they're ravenous, like ravenous wolves, doing things that want to tear down the country, take away God, take away the Bible, take away the Constitution. We just don't want to have them.
Absolutely. You were talking about Elon Musk, and yes, he did have quite a bit to say the other day, but basically he was telling advertisers who were kind of blackmailing him with advertising money, and he basically told them he doesn't need their money. He's not going to kowtow or pander to them. They can either choose to support, want to advertise on X, formerly Twitter, or they can take their money elsewhere. And I think we were talking about this a little earlier too. I think that is very much happening with a lot of businesses, a lot of companies, corporations, and the American public. I think people are paying attention a lot more as to where their money is going. And if your money is going to a place that supports, to some degree, your values, then you feel better about that product.
100%. And speaking of money and a product, we also want to thank the Tax Network USA, a sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting. As you know, of course, October 15th, deadline has passed by now, of course, being in December. So if you're sorting through the complexities of, expense tracking and wondering when to file and what to do, or that will cause you to fail to file, and there'll be a lot of penalties. So the team at Tax Network USA has a track record of success, having reduced tax debts for numerous clients. We're talking more than $1 billion that they've done that for. So whether you owe, $5,000, $1,000, $10,000 or more, this group is the one to go to help you ease all that anxiety. Just take care of it, and you can move ahead with peace of mind financially. So you go to taxnetworkusa.com/RSBN. So that's taxnetworkusa.com /RSBN. You see all that information on the screen there, but at the end of the day, isn't that the truth? Back taxes, absolutely. That kind of thing. To be able to have a group to go to take care of business for you, you'll feel a lot better.
Yes, and nobody wants to owe the IRS. That's one place you don't want to owe. They will hound you. They will make your life miserable. And so it is nice to have a go-to place who knows how to maneuver and kind of move around the IRS and to kind of try to figure out how to get you settled up, if that's something you have, debt, and just a helping hand, and that those people are on your side, not trying to take advantage of you. But yes, so great advertiser and sponsorship with them.
Exactly, that's the Tax Network USA. So, moving on to the polls. We've been talking about the polls a lot. We talked about the amount of people that have endorsed President Trump. One thing that is really great as well is the amount of comedy and laughter and lifting of spirit when President Trump actually, talks at a different rally or remarks. He keeps it light, even though the country's going through such a tough time, and he's actually getting thrown so many things, right? So I think we should make America laugh again. Gutfeld. Thank you, Greg Gutfeld, for keeping it light and conservative comedy. And others out there. Kayvon, I think it's Tim Brewer. These people are trying to keep it light while we're going through such a tough time. And one other thing is, the Bible talks about, a cheerful heart is medicine to you, right? The laughter is something that helps you. So it's something that also balance while we're going through this tough time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think laughter is good for anything, really. I think they have studies that prove, if we can't all we can stress and try and make our voices known, but stressing is really not going to ever solve necessarily anything. But getting out to those polls, getting out knowing who you're going to support, read up on your candidates, kind of know what's going on in your area too, because I spoke one time to a sheriff, and he was explaining, a lot of people want to go for these big positions, which great, you get notoriety and things of that nature. But the reality is, you make so much more of a difference in your own community. Mm-hmm. Running for school board, things local to you, that's where people really can make a major difference. So don't be afraid. I guess if anybody who's out there watching us who thinks that they need a change, sometimes maybe that answer is going to be you. Maybe you're the person that needs to start that change and start moving things along. So hopefully, we can eventually get on the right track. But right now, America needs a lot of help, and I know President Trump is definitely focused on that.
Exactly, and through prayer and supplication and voting and boycotting the left and all that. I mean, there's a number of things that we can do as citizens of this great country to have victories just like they did in Argentina, the Netherlands, Italy, Viktor Orban in Hungary, Jair Bolsonaro, who should have won that election in Brazil. I mean, so many places, locations around this globe. It's called the Trump effect, right? It's happening. It's going to continue until the end of time. Okay, let's shift gears real quick. There is one other sponsor I want to tell you about, but I'm actually going to let Jessica do this one because it's pretty cool stuff. Go ahead, Jessica.
I'm very, very excited. If you heard me earlier, I thought this is like, we appreciate all of our sponsors and all of our advertisers, but this is one that is just amazing to me because I think any woman out there who's watching appreciates a good facial skincare, especially if it's luxurious. And so Charlize.beauty is going to be where you go for this. And it's a luxury, like I said, it's a luxury skin brand. And when you purchase it, the money goes to a business that is American. It is vegan. It is toxic free, meaning there's no toxins in there. It's not going to have any cancer causing ingredients, which a lot of those facial products that you use right now, if you were to go to your shelves in your bathroom and take a look at those ingredients, the majority of the ingredients you can't even tell what they are. But anyways, so this company is going to blow you away. I used some of their product, and it's absolutely amazing. It was really, really, you could feel the difference on your skin. And they do not, you can see this, it is not plastic. It's Italian glass, so it's going to keep the integrity of the product 100% as the same day as the day you bought it up until the day that it runs out. It's going to be the same product 100%. You're not going to lose anything to the toxicity of a plastic container. And this company is conservative and Christian. So if that's important to you, to give your money to a conservative and Christian company, this is one of them, Charlize Beauty. So you're going to go to charlize.beauty and you can put in a promo code. That promo code is going to be RSBN, and you'll get 25% off when you purchase there with that promo code, RSBN. And Christmas is around the corner. So if the lady of your life, a sister, a coworker, a friend, you don't know what to get them because lots of times they have everything. Well, a luxurious skin line is something you may want to go ahead and purchase. And I'm telling you, they will not be disappointed. And hey, you know what, gentlemen? Try it out yourself, because I'm going to tell you, it actually, a lot of these products are geared towards women and anti-aging and those things of that nature. You're married, so I'm pretty sure you very much understand. But a man likes a good skin line too. And
yeah, sure. Yeah, no, seriously, no. My wife, she's been getting on me. She's like, get the wrinkles out and all that, whatever.
As you get older, it's very important.
One thing I like about this too is it's not that anchor, stuffy thing. I just love letting the hair down a little bit.
Yeah.
Being yourself.
Absolutely. It's a lot of fun. And, at these Trump events, the music's going, there's, somebody jumping on stage, riling up the crowd. And everybody here is just always usually in a very, very good mood, no matter what time, how long they've waited out in line, if they just walked in, if they waited for a long time. In the cold, it is cold. Let's mention that. It is very cold out in Iowa right now. And a lot of these people waited in a quite long line. Yeah. But you know what? Trump supporters, they're going to do that.
Exactly, 100%. And right now, as I turn off the IFB system that's in my ear, you don't want to hear the noise that is happening in that ear right now.
That's a circus going on there.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot going on there. But here, at the end of the day, we also got to shift to something actually really serious in the sense of emergency preparedness when it comes to situations that happen around the world, right? Whether it's a pandemic or other things that could happen, the wellness company actually has an emergency kit that you can get that will help you through any of these kind of situations, including medication. So if you'd like to talk a little bit about that, I mean, that's something that obviously you want to have that taken care of, in especially the climate that we live in today.
Yeah, the wellness. I'm going to have to ask you if you can either show me because I switched. Excuse me.
There you go.
I only have so many hands. That's how that works. So the wellness, the wellness company. This medical emergency kit conveniently holds 8 prescription medications. It's like having a pharmacy in your bathroom or anywhere you need it. Antibiotics, antivirals, and anti-parasitics. It has meds like amoxicillin, a very common medication, ivermectin, and a Z-Pak, things that you will need. The kit comes with a 22-page guidebook with instructions on the safe use of each medication in the box. Everything from benign tick bites to extreme bioterror events. It has every scenario covered, like a doctor in a box. Head to makecaregreatagain.com and grab your medical emergency kit right now. And that's makecaregreatagain.com and use the code RSBN, of course, and that'll save you 15% at checkout. So, and that's interesting. I've heard of a lot of different companies, but that company, because you have to think, during the pandemic, a lot of people could not get their pharmacies to fill their medications. A lot of people went without medications, without seeing doctors. So that is an amazing product because we know many may think, oh, when am I going to need that? Well, it could happen. It could happen again.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for COVID, I'm a fan of ivermectin, hydrochloroquine. I'm not a doctor, so don't take my word, but that's a number of people say that is something that can, cut down on anything like COVID, which I had to get it out of a pharmacy in Erie, but there's a website that's out there for that. I don't recall it right now, but if you guys comment on my Truth Social page, if you really are that interested, it's at Matthew Alvarez. Just put in the comments, hey, what was that place called? And I'll reply to you on the comments there. I was thinking about looking at the calendar again. 11 months, 3 days until the general election. 11 months and 3 days already, guys, until the 2024 election. We were also talking about the people that endorsed President Trump earlier. There's a name that I don't want to forget about, and I won't forget it now. Mike Lindell.
No.
I mean, obviously.
Who doesn't know the pillow guy?
I know, but it's just like, I listed all those people that are supporters of the president. One thing I do want to say as well, let me shift gears. I got an interesting look just now out of the corner of an eye. Here's my point. The mainstream media, CNN, MSNBC, all these guys, they hate the truth. They hate MAGA. They hate the country. Let's be honest. That's what I believe. I believe that with every fiber of my being. I used to work in the mainstream media. So glad that I wouldn't work for a network like that. NBC. Terrible Rupert Murdoch and New York Post. I like the New York Post sometimes, but they don't cover what's actually happening in our country.
Yeah, or you know what? They will cover it, but they don't give you both sides so that you can make an educated decision yourself. And when we're saying things up here, many of the times, obviously we're giving you the reality of headlines that maybe you're not seeing in other places. But, when we say things, it's for you to go and definitely go look into it, see it. We're not telling you to take our word for it and then just run with it. Definitely think, whatever we're telling you, if it's something that, kind of resonates with you, go do some research.
Exactly.
And you can kind of go down many of those rabbit holes.
Right. There's a lot of disinformation and misinformation that gets sent out there. And, you might look at us and say, hey, these guys are just kind of talking, commentary, that's it. But actually, it is an information war, and we want to be able to bring to you what's happening here at this event and rally. We want to talk to you about the polling. We want to talk to you about what we see. And, that's at the end of the day what our job is here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's get real quick. One more shout out to the great people at Birch Gold Group. All you got to do is text Trump to 9998. This is something that will help you have a gold-backed IRA, 401k. You know, with the BRICS, again, they try and devalue the dollar. Why not have a little bit of peace of mind with Birch Gold Group? You can get gold, silver, precious metals, that kind of thing. You know, I was thinking about that too, some jewelry and gold and all that. It's just good to have around, especially if you've got a few extra bucks. I mean, if you spend $5,000, I know it might be a lot, but for some of you it might not be. If you spend $5,000 before December 22nd, they'll send you this Eagle silver coin for free. I mean, these guys are here to help, and that's what's awesome about the sponsors that work with Right Side Broadcasting is these are not woke corporations. These are people that genuinely do want to help a situation out.
Yeah, and you were saying $5,000, and to many Americans, that is a lot of money, especially right now. But if you think about the hard workers who had 401ks that were skyrocketing during President Trump's administration, and then how much they have lost. We've all lost since the Biden administration has come into play. $5,000 actually, you know, could be make a major difference, especially when you're investing it into something that is going to make you money and is guaranteed to kind of hold some value, which is very interesting because, you know, you think $5,000, but sometimes it, you know, it does equate, and it works out, especially right now. I think people are trying to figure out other ways to where they can put their money because things are just kind of plummeting.
Exactly. Once again, we're live here in Cedar Rapids. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Jessica Rivera. Let's take a live look real quick here at this Kirkwood Community College. This place holds about 1,500 people, and it is packed wall to wall in front of the stage, in front of the media riser. Also, to our left, the stands are packed all the way to the top of the rafters, and then there's a smaller section to the camera's right that you'll see a little bit later. But you can see people here in support of President Trump. There's one guy there, Corey, I don't know if you can see him, the Trump doll standing right there. He's just holding that Trump doll up, and didn't know there was one of those. That's pretty cool. There's so many cool products out there. I mean, it makes me think of the Trumpinator and other products that people just like to collect. It's just fun to collect, and it's Christmas time. Why not?
Absolutely. And, you know, as you can see at Trump events, there is no loss of Trump gear, whether it's a hat, whether it's a shirt. These people come out. But like you said earlier, the Hawkeyes are going to be playing the Wolverines. So we do see some yellow and black. But that is definitely, you know, their local support here. It's important to them. And so, yeah, we wait for President Trump. He should be here momentarily on his way from Ankeny, Iowa, where he spoke a little earlier to a much smaller group in a much smaller venue. But, you know, it's important for President Trump. He treats one thing about President Trump, and I think people don't realize unless you come to something like this or have come to one of his events, is that he will give the energy to one person or two people as he gives to a stadium. He is always up. He is always energized. And it amazes some people that he is the age that he is, that he's endured so much, and yet still comes with so much positivity to speak to the American people.
Yeah, it's a great point. It's a great point. It's uplifting. It's, again, there's comedy involved in it, but you have to have a little bit of joy. You have to have, well, a lot of joy, right? You have to laugh because the amount of discouragement, the amount of fear that is around the country right now, you know, you have to overcome it somehow, right? And so some of the ways to overcome it are, you know, through prayer, through community, through family, through travel, through sports, but also right here. You were talking earlier, Jessica, you said something about the viewers are family. Well, the people in this place are family as well. Now, even if someone were to support, I haven't said something like this on Right Side, but even if you support another candidate, the point is this. If you're in it for conservative reasons, and in my opinion, for Christian reasons, Jewish reasons, the biblical reasons, for our Constitution, for our country, for freedom, I'm a supporter of that family, right? We want that to remain here in the United States of America.
Yeah, and kind of piggybacking off of that, you know, we also say Christian, conservative, family-oriented. You know, we're pro-babies, we're pro-immigration that is legal. But you know what? We don't only mean religion in the sense of Christianity. We mean if you're, you know, of other faiths, but your values line up with conservative values, you know, we're speaking to you too. It's not necessarily Christianity, though, where you have to believe 100% about what we believe. But if you have a faith, right, and you believe in the greater good of our country, and you see that our, you know, schools, our politicians are trying to push things on our children and on the American people that just you would have never thought about years ago ever happening. If those kind of things bother you, then, you know, we're all in it together. We're Americans. We believe differently. We don't all see things. We didn't all come from the same place. Some people came here and chose to make America their home, which is very noble and a great thing to see, because they make up the America just the same as a natural-born American. And, you know, there's a lot of people, when you talk to these people who are here at these Trump events, many people will come and talk to you who have come and become Americans from other countries who have dictators, come from socialism, and they are so happy and proud to be an American, and they just don't understand how natural-born Americans don't understand that socialism, dictatorship, controlling your people is not the answer. And so, you know, we're here, and I think that's what President Trump gives to the American people, is he's going to be your leader. You can look to him for guidance and for strength, but he's never going to tell you or want to control or dictate to you your life. And that's what's really important. I think it's very big, and it sets him apart from the other candidates right now.
And let's take a live listen right now as people are standing up a little bit more here in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. It's always fun to hear the different chants and different just positive, you know, shouting for this country and for President Trump. I was looking at some of my notes, Jessica, and, you know, you look at the debates that have happened for the RNC, right, which shouldn't be happening. There's a huge lead already with the president. At the end of the day, do you think President Trump should take part in any debates for the presidency in 2024, or do you think that it's beneath him to do something like that?
You know, I wouldn't say beneath him. I don't think that President Trump, and I might be wrong, I don't think that he thinks in those terms. What I do believe, though, is that right now, with being such a big lead and there being so many candidates, and candidates that we know are not viable, just want to get their name out there because they're going up against Trump. You know, I think he wants it to really be narrowed down so that he knows that the energy he is giving towards these networks that don't support him most of the time and really just want to fight with him, that if he's giving that energy, that he's going to be listened to and not just in a crowd. Because, hey, he's been president before. We know what he's done, and I think to him, it can be a waste of time, or better said, he would much rather prefer put his energy in a different venue and a different way right now until it kind of does get to the main three, or, you know, he says after primaries. He plans on getting involved, but right now he sees that he can talk to his supporters in other ways.
Exactly, and he's doing that right here on Right Side Broadcasting. In about 10 minutes' time, President Trump will take the stage here in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. His double-digit stop, campaign stop here in Iowa to share his Agenda 47 with the American people. It's not just this 1,500 people here. It's the hundreds of thousands of people that are going to watch on Right Side Broadcasting Network, whether it's through Rumble or other platforms or on the app, but also the amount of times it gets retruthed or around the world. So the numbers are in the millions, easy. because people want to see what the leader of the free world is saying. And that's what the Netherlands and Argentina and El Salvador and all these countries are getting behind. The leaders are for the thing that's called freedom. And that's what this is all about.
And one more point to you asking about if President Trump kind of thinks that the current debates, which they'll be holding a fourth one next week, which of course he is not going to be part of. But if these debates are necessarily beneath him or a waste of his time, another thing you have to, another point that is very important to realize is that these networks who are holding these debates are making tons of money off of him, and they hate him. So he does not want to give him that satisfaction of being able to make that money at the same time as they try to demoralize him, try to pick on him. And I don't want to say pick on him because it's kind of a childish word, but I mean, they've done so much more than that. But really just hyper-focus on him and kind of see if he's going to break. You know, it's not something he's willing, it's not a game he wants to play right now. Right. And I think a lot of his supporters support him.
After the debate the other night on Fox News with the lovely host Hannity, he did a good job moderating, but Hannity, he's got to step it up. Let's be real. That's my opinion, not Right Side Broadcasting. Maybe they do believe the same thing. But my point is, I don't think that Sean Hannity is stepping to meet where we are in this country right now. He's playing the elitist game. But let me also say, President Trump will be speaking with Hannity in Davenport, Iowa, on Fox. So that's coming up soon. But I like what President Trump's doing. He knows to go on, you know, if he has to, CNN for that town hall with Caitlin Collins or wherever he wants to go, because he gets the message out there. So that's the main point of, I believe, why he does what he does, right? He's a smart strategist, and that's what he's doing here in Iowa and Cedar Rapids. Real quick, I want to let you know something. I've had 4 hours of sleep because I missed my plane last night from Pennsylvania to Chicago. And then, so it's been pretty wild. So I'm kind of tired, but hey, rocking it here for MAGA and for this
he may be talking right now in a dream. We don't know.
Yeah.
He may be really asleep. You got a rough day, a rough night.
And speaking of waking up, though, I think that's what people are doing. They're waking up to the lies of the enemy, in the sense of the enemy, what you think of in the Bible, right? You know, it's good versus evil. So we know what we're up against. We win in the end. Let's just keep believing, keep our hope, and keep believing that making America great again will happen in 2025.
And another group of supporters that has really been on the rise are minorities in America. The Black community, the Asian community, the Hispanic community. There are so many minorities who have just decided, you know what? There is no other person who has taken care of or cared about minorities in America as much as President Trump did. Of course, mainstream media is never going to let you know those accomplishments, but he has, you know, President Trump, I saw the other day an interview with an HBCU college president, and he had said, you know, President Obama claimed to do a lot for the black community and black colleges. In actuality, President Trump did way more above and beyond any president, Republican or Democrat. So don't believe the lies that, you know, President Obama, being the first black president, actually did the most for HBCUs. And that's just an example of the kind of support that President Trump continues to gain. And you know, earlier we were talking, Matthew, about the attacks. And, you know, there are many politicians, many people who get into this arena, and after one attack, they're gone. How many attacks has President Trump? So, and that speaks volumes, because you want a leader who's not going to back down. And whether you like President Trump or not, he does not back down from a fight. He's not afraid. He doesn't really care what they have, what they quote unquote say they have on him. He's gonna take them head on, and I think that that's what makes for a strong leader, and that's what America needs right now. Any country needs a strong leader, and to know that you have your people's back, the military. You know, our military. President Trump took care of our military above and beyond, and that's one thing that I think you can speak to a lot of military veterans or the people who are in service right now, and they will explain to you, President Trump did so much for the military, money-wise and health care-wise. We did hear that earlier about that war veteran who explained, the Veterans Affairs has kind of gone down the drain again since Biden has taken over, when it was being held accountable under Trump. So,
I mean, you look at just last week when he was in Texas, when Governor Abbott endorsed him, you saw Customs and Border Protection, you saw local, state, county law enforcement in support of the man, myth, and the legend, as Carly Bonet says on Truth Social sometimes. But he's going to be entering into this room here, this auditorium, and he's going to do what he always does. He's going to get on there and go off the prompter, and that's when you see the genuineness of President Trump, and that's awesome to see.
It is. It really is great. You can tell he speaks from the heart. Of course, his people want to keep him on task, because it can go. The president is an Energizer Bunny.
Right.
I think he kind of got that nickname the last go around, because he can just go and go and go. And if he knows that people are here to support him and they're going to listen, he'll talk for a very long time. But yes, you're right. They definitely. And not every event. If you were to look at the events and his speeches, you will understand that President Trump talks directly to who is in front of him, whether that's Iowans, whether that's whatever he speaks to the crowd. It's not a blanket speech.
Right, 100%. RSBN. So we go rsbnetwork.com/newsletter is where to go. So it's rsbnetwork.com/newsletter is the place to go to get all of that great content and the commentary. Like Jessica, this is awesome. To be able to be here and to cover an event like this, where it's very, let's be real, it's historic. Every time I believe that he speaks, it's historic.
And you've told the viewers before, and I have also done the same. We worked in mainstream media at one point in time, and you're told what to say when you get up there. And here at Right Side Broadcasting, we are told that we have a job to do, but we are never told what to say, how to do it, and that makes a world of difference when it comes to giving people information, because we don't have to watch our P's and Q's, and as long as it's truth and as long as it is something that we know is very evident, we can say it, and we can talk on our own behalf, or we can talk and that's what's great. This is a great open conversation that we can have, where you're not going to see that in a lot of places, because they can't kind of give you what they feel or how they see things or the real truth.
Exactly. I'm hearing from Brian Glenn that the president is going to speak around 3:30 Central, so that's 4:30 for those of you on the East Coast, and out west, 1:30. A special hello to everybody watching right now here in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, as Matt Whitaker is out throwing hats into
He has been throwing out swag kind of all day long. It really gets the crowd going, and they enjoy it. Who doesn't like some free Trump swag?
Yeah, 100%. I remember I was at CPAC leaving in the parking garage with a crew, and there was somebody selling a MAGA hat there. It was my first one, so that was cool to get one just last year. But what I could say also is we do have some information on some of the things that the president will cover here in Cedar Rapids. He'll be saying things like, Americans don't like fascists, we don't like communists, we don't like tyrants, and we don't like corrupt politicians like crooked Joe Biden. Without question, this is the President Trump quote here, without question, the worst and most corrupt president in the history of the United States. So that President Trump on Biden, you'll be hearing that live right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And Jessica, this is a great time for people to send this link. Text it, email it, forward it, whatever, and watch the president speak. And then when the president's done, go ahead and watch the Iowa
whatever games you need
Iowa
to
Michigan
watch.
Big Ten game tonight.
Yes.
And there's Matt Whitaker again throwing hats in the air. People enjoying that. That Michigan-Iowa game is 7 o'clock tonight, so you have time to watch the president, and then you can watch the football a little later. But I know there are other colleges, Jessica, around this whole country that there are games going on right now.
Absolutely.
So hopefully you can watch this on the phone, on an iPad, a tablet, on the TV, whatever.
Yeah, it's fall, and it's Saturday in America. So we all know where a lot of sports fans are. But yes, you're right.
Exactly.
Tune in. Hear what the president has to say, and then off of that point, Matt, people can tune in and feel some hope when President Trump talks. You feel hopeful. You don't feel like, oh God, this is never going to end. We're in a tailspin, and there's no light at the end of the tunnel. There is a light at the end of the tunnel, and President Trump will always bring to you what needs to be worked on, the reality of the current affair, but he will always give you the solutions that he will come to the table with when he is president again. And that gives so many people out there, Americans, hope that there's going to be a better time for this country.
And as I mentioned earlier, talking to someone I ran into on the plane that is a Trump supporter. Here we go.
Please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Hello, Iowa. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What a place. I'm thrilled to be back with the thousands of proud, hardworking patriots in the heartland of America. This is the heartland. As you know, we're just 44 days away from Iowa's first in the nation caucuses. You know I kept you as first in the nation. Don't let other people take the credit. We kept you there. On Monday, January 15th, we're going to win the Iowa caucuses, and then we're going to crush crooked Joe Biden next November, and we are going to very simply make America great again. I want to thank a very special person, a great woman, actually, Iowa Attorney General Brenna Byrd. Brenna, thank you very much. Appreciate it. What a job. Done a great job. Thank you very much. Also, State Senator Charlie McClintock. Charlie, thank you, wherever you are. There's a lot of people here. Charlie, thank you very much. And State Representatives Bobby Kaufman. Bobby. He's got very good genes, you know that, right? Brad Sherman. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brad. Heather Hora and Mark Cisneros. Thank you. And former Acting Attorney General Matt Whitaker did a great job. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Thank you very much, Matt. We also have one of my favorite generals of all time, Keith Kellogg, here. Thank you, Keith. Thank you very much. Great job. Great general, great man. For decades, you watched as a corrupt political class in our nation's capital looted your money, trampled on your dignity, and pushed their radical agenda into every aspect of your lives. You know it very well. But in 2016, you voted to stand up to those liars, losers, crooks, and creeps, and you elected an outsider as your president, and it was about America first. We want to put our country first. They haven't done that in a long time, but we did it for 4 years, and that's why we did so well. That's why it was one of the great presidencies, they say. Even the opponents sometimes say that he did very well. I have to say, take it back, they scream. His people say, take it back. From that day on, our opponents, and we had a lot of opponents, but we've been waging an all-out war in American democracy. You look at what they've been doing and becoming more and more extreme and repressive. They have just waged an all-out war with each passing day. If they focused on our country, it would be a lot easier because we're going to bring this country to levels that it hasn't seen before. We're going to take it to levels even higher than where we had it just 3 years ago. For 4 straight years, they tried to overthrow the duly elected president. You know about that. With one hoax, witch hunt, and abuse of power after another. Remember Russia, Russia, Russia. Remember all of that nonsense. All turned out to be fake. Then they rigged and stole the election of 2020. They rigged it and they stole it. And since crooked Joe Biden got in, he's been weaponizing government against his political opponents like a third world communist tyrant. Really no different. You take a look at what's happening, and we're talking about to a lot of people, not just Donald Trump, a lot of people. But we got him. We got this thing. We got this thing. But crooked Joe Biden's banana republic ends on November 5th, 2024. It's a banana republic. Biden and his radical left allies like to pose as defenders of democracy. You see, he was standing up there not so long ago with the pink and red background. That looked a little bit sinister. I don't know if he knew what the hell he was doing up there, but he was up there spewing the words that somebody wrote for him. But Joe Biden is not the defender of American democracy. Joe Biden is the destroyer of American democracy, and it's him and his people. They're the wreckers of the American dream. The American dream is dead with them in office. It's sad. We had such a dream. We had such an American dream. We had such an incredible administration, but it died when these people came into office. Over the past few years, you've watched Biden and his band of Marxists, communists, fascists try to crush free speech, censor their critics, criminalize dissent, destroy attorney-client privilege, which is something nobody ever thought they'd see in this country, and even attempt to imprison their leading electoral rival by far on bogus charges. That happens to be me, in case you forget. Happens to be me. But somehow I'm not worried. I'm not worried. That's why we're doing this, because we have to straighten out our country, what we've done, where we've come. Think of where we were 3 years ago and where we are now. We're laughed at all over the world. Nobody listens to us. They don't care what we say. We were respected. We were feared, but I don't want to say feared. We were feared, but we were respected. We were everything that a country could be at a level that this country has never been before. It was just 3 years ago. Now they laugh at us. Now they laugh at us. They laugh at a guy can't find his way off his stage. Can't use the stairs for Air Force One, has to use the children's stairs. That doesn't look good. You land in a country and you get off of the children's stairs. They've persecuted Christians and pro-life activists. You know that. They've labeled parents at school board meetings as domestic terrorists. I mean, can you believe it? But they have. You know, when I first heard that, they have actually gone after parents viciously and violently. And when I first heard it, I thought people were just making it up. They haven't made it up. You've seen that. And they're flooding our nation with tens of millions of illegal aliens while rapidly opposing things like voter ID. Why would you oppose voter ID? Voter identification. Why would you do that? Because you want to cheat. That's why. There's only one reason. You have identification for everything. You know, when they had their convention 3 years ago, they had their convention, and you had a pass the size of this book. See that book? It was like that. And it was hanging right here. And it had everything you wanted to know about, pictures from side views, from front views, from back views. That was their convention, but no good for voting. They don't want voter ID. So if Joe Biden wants to make this race a question of which candidate will defend our democracy and protect our freedoms, and I say to Crooked Joe, and he's crooked, the most corrupt president we've ever had, we will win that fight, and we're going to win it very big, very big. And we just left another section of your great state, and I want to tell you the enthusiasm here, there, all over the place, but all over the country, really. We've never seen anything like it. We did great with 2016. We did much better with 2020. The fake news hates to hear that, but we did much better with 2020. Millions and millions of votes more. But the enthusiasm now is even greater than that. I've never seen anything like it, and you understand what I'm talking about, because we have to take our country back. Because the fact is, Americans don't like fascists, we don't like communists, we don't like tyrants, we don't like corrupt politicians like Joe Biden. Without question, this is the worst president, most corrupt president in the history of the United States of America, without question. And I promise you this, if you put me back in the White House, their reign will be over and America will be a free nation once again. We're going to be a free nation. Before Crooked Joe, no president in history ever weaponized the full force of the Justice Department, local attorney generals, and district attorneys against American citizens or people running for office. No president ever tried to deface the Constitution to get the other party's candidate, me, thrown off the ballot. You know, they've been working on that very hard. You know, they always say disinformation and misinformation, almost the same, but not quite. But disinformation and misinformation, they always say, we want to really run against Trump. If they wanted to run against me, they wouldn't have indicted me 4 times and fought like hell to keep me off the ballot. But the fake news and the stupid people at the Wall Street Journal editorial board, they said the other day, well, they really want to run against Trump. Look, they said that in 2016 and we won. They said that in 2020 and we did much better than anybody. We got the most votes of any sitting president in history. Many millions of votes more than we got in 2016. We did much better. 2016 was good, but we did much better in 2020. The last person they want to run. So, but you have the stupid media, the dishonest media, the fake news media saying, well, you know, they really want to run against Trump. They don't want to run. And by the way, We're about 60 points up on DeSanctimonious and 65 points up on Nikki Haley. But these attacks on the 14th Amendment are interesting because they had no case, and we've won every single one of them. And we've gone before some major leftist judges, and we've won every single one of them. But they attack and attack and attack, and they think you're going to, we're going to demean. They're going to want to demean and hurt and harm and destroy your reputation so you can't run. But in this case, so far, we got to keep it that way. It's backfired. And to be honest with you, I'm much more popular now than I would have been if they didn't do it. If they didn't do it. You've actually got the best poll number. They did a story the other day, one of the big fake newspapers, and they said, this is the biggest he's ever been, and we have to do it. Look, we have to carry it on for another 11 months. Think of it, less than a year now, and 45 days to caucus time in Iowa. You start it all. And remember, I said it before, I kept you there. Nobody else. I kept you there. Not your governor, not anybody. I kept you there. And you're going to be there for a long time. You're going to be number one. You're going to be first in the nation. And no president ever sent the FBI to raid the home of his opponent for crimes that he himself actually committed. He committed crimes. This campaign is a righteous crusade to liberate our republic from Biden and the criminals in the Biden administration. They're criminals. They're criminals that think they can do whatever they want, break any law, tell any lie, ruin any life, trash any norm, and get away with anything they want. They want to control your speech, and they want to control your social media. They want to control what car you drive. How about that? Who wants to buy an electric car? They're for sale for nothing. Well, it's okay if you want to go about 5 miles away from your house, but get back quick. They don't go far. They want to talk about your dishwashers and how much water you're going to have in your dishwasher, even though they don't work. And all of the other things that you have that were so precious and dear and that you never really appreciated until now because they want to take them away. Your heating and cooling in your house, they want to change it. They want to change everything. These people are sick. These people are sick. Not in his house, right? Not in his... 1 year from now, the American people are going to fire crooked Joe Biden and the Democrat Party in a political earthquake that will echo all around the world, all around the world. Once and for all, we're going to end the era of hoaxes and witch hunts and censorship and lawless political persecutions. We're going to save our democracy, and we're going to bring our country back from hell, because our country's in hell. Laughed at all over the world. Just this week, Biden's Homeland Security Secretary even admitted that they are weaponizing artificial intelligence to target American citizens for political speech. Did you hear that? He admitted it. Well, at least he was honest. When I'm reelected, I will cancel Biden's artificial intelligence executive order and ban the use of AI to censor the speech of American citizens on day one. All of these Biden attacks on democracy and freedom are happening because the radical left Democrats know that in a fair fight, they're going to lose in a landslide. I mean, think of it. All of the things they do. Who would ever vote for any of these policies? Open borders, mental institutions pouring into our country. Under the Trump administration, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world. There's never been an economy like we had, with soaring incomes, rising wages, and household net worth hitting the highest level ever recorded, by far greater than now and by far greater than at any other time. When I was your president, the 30-year mortgage rate reached an all-time low of 2.65%. Doesn't that sound good? Doesn't that sound good? Today, you can't get the money no matter what you want to pay, and you can't buy a house. Inflation was basically zero, and we had gasoline down to $1.87 a gallon. The American dream was alive and well like never before in our country. People were thrilled. They wanted to get jobs. They had the best jobs, the best job market. Nobody's ever seen an economy like we had. But thanks to crooked Joe Biden and his goons that surround him, today the American dream is dead. It's a dead dream. In the past 3 years, thank you very much, darling. I love you too, actually. In the past 3 years, Biden and the radical left Democrats spent $12 trillion wasting colossal amounts of your money on socialist scams that caused cumulative inflation of over 20%. Think of that. As a result, the average 30-year mortgage rate is now 7.8%, but you can't get it, so it doesn't matter. The typical family lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in purchasing power when buying a home. And thanks to Biden's insane Green New Deal, families can't even afford to buy a car. You can't afford to buy a car. Who'd like to go out and buy a car? Although you might get one electric one now. They were very expensive, but now they can't sell them. They can't sell them. People want to be able to drive for about 45 minutes, you know? But while Biden has crushed the American dream, we will revive the American dream, and we will bring it back bigger, better, stronger than ever before, and we're going to bring it back fast. They'll bring it back fast. It's going to happen very quickly. We're going to drill. You know that. We're going to drill, baby, drill, drill. We're going to get your energy down. We're going to seal up those borders so tight, and we're going to have the largest deportation of very bad people. Very bad people. Shouldn't be in this country. Ever in our country's history. I will quickly end Joe Biden's inflation nightmare, rebuild the greatest economy on record, and I will not rest until your family can afford a beautiful home and a brand new, beautiful car of your choice. Combustion, electric, any way you want it, you're going to have lots of choice, and that's the way it should be. I'm not saying electric cars are bad. They have problems. They have big problems. There is a danger to them, and they don't go far. I mean, it's a big problem. You say, let's drive over to Ohio. You don't want to stop 7 times, right? I'd like to sort of say, darling, let's now fill it up when you get there, or maybe when you get back if you have the right car. With your vote, well, 2025 is going to be. Look, it's going to be the biggest election in our history. It will be. I think 2025 is a chance to be one of the strongest and most prosperous years in the history of our country. We're going to do this fast. You know, drilling goes fast. Those guys know how to drill, but they stopped them from drilling. I was very proud. Anwar in Alaska, the biggest oil field probably in the world, probably bigger than Saudi Arabia, but very big. They closed it up. For 60 years, Reagan tried, and everybody tried. Bush probably tried. Who knows what he did? I doubt it. I doubt it. But Reagan tried to get everybody. They couldn't get Anwar. I got it done. And the first week in office, they knocked out Anwar. They knocked out the pipeline, right? They knocked out our pipeline, the Keystone Pipeline, Keystone XL. They knocked it out, 48,000 jobs. And those pipeline workers who love Trump, by the way, they should fire their union people because the union people endorsed Biden. And the following day after the election, he terminated 48,000 jobs. And those people went bankrupt. Those people suffered greatly. It's no wonder crooked Joe Biden and the far-left lunatics are desperate to stop us by any means possible. They don't care how. They don't care. They don't have any scruples. They're weaponizing law enforcement for high-level election interference because we're beating them so badly in the polls. You take a look. The Washington Post had us up 11. Washington Post. And they apologized to it. Can you believe it? They said, there must be something wrong. He's up 11. Then the following day, they announced we were up 12. And the Harvard-Harris poll just came out. This is a brand new one. We're leading the field with 67, with DeSanctimonious at 9. And Bert Brain is at 8. She's 8. She was another beauty. She said, I will never run against you, sir. I will never run. You know, I mean, look, the lieutenant governor of South Carolina, Henry McMaster. Did anybody ever hear of him? He's great. So he was a lieutenant governor. He backed me. She backed another. I'm not going to say because he's a friend of mine now, but she backed somebody else. I thought she'd back me because I was always very nice. But, you know, sometimes nice in politics doesn't matter. And Henry McMaster was great. He was a lieutenant governor, and I wanted to make him governor. So what I did, I moved her over there. He became governor. He's done a fantastic job. And I got her. You know, she was fine. Bird Brain. There's a reason for that name, isn't there? And the other guy, I got him elected. He was elected because of me. And he forgot very quickly. I got him the nomination. Then I got him past a very hot politician at the time, who turned out a couple of years later to be a crackhead. But at the time, he was a very hot politician. They said, he's going to be president someday. And I said, well, Ron said to me, I don't think I can beat him, sir. I said, you beat him. Look, you just got the nomination. Thank you very much, President Trump. You just got the nomination. It was very interesting. He was losing by so much. I say to everybody, if George Washington and Abraham Lincoln came back to endorse him, it wouldn't have meant a thing. He had no chance. And I endorsed him. He went up like 40 or 50 points almost immediately, and he ended up winning. The people that he was running against, a good person. I didn't know him, so I didn't feel so guilty. I didn't know him. Somebody said he was a rhino, so it makes me feel better. But the person that he was running against was up by numbers that were not beatable. And when I came out and endorsed him, it was a whole different ballgame. And then I got him passed. We did 2 or 3 rallies. I think we had the lowest crowd was 48,000 people. We had tremendous rallies for Ron DeSanctimonious. That's why I call him Sanctimonious. I should take the D out. Sanctum, but I want to have a little relationship to his name. Remember, he tried to change his name. Do you remember? He tried to change his name to Ron DeSantis. It's Ron DeSantis, DeSantis. And I sent him a note. Never change your name in the middle of a campaign. It's not a good thing. But what we did was pretty amazing. We got him elected, and then 4 years later, the press is screaming at him, will you run against the president? And he said, I have no comment. I said, he has no comment. That means he's running. We got to hit this guy. And my geniuses backstage, I get paid all this money. They said, sir, don't bother talking about, because people don't care about loyalty. I said, I think they do care about loyalty. See, I think they do. I think they care a lot about loyalty. And we hit him very hard, and he's been falling out of the air like a very seriously wounded bird, right, to the ground. And it's a very pleasant thing to see. Now, it looks like he's gonzo, but we never want to say that. We got to get this thing finished. I never want to say, on television today, they said the primaries are over. I said, don't listen to that. Don't listen. Nothing's over. I've seen things that are over, and bad things can happen. You got to get to the polls. You got to get to caucus, and you got to do your job, and we got to win. And then we got to focus on November, and we got to beat this crooked guy that's in office. And I never spoke about him this way. I was respectful, modestly. How can you be respectful of this guy? He doesn't know anything. He can't put 2 sentences together. And he's negotiating our nuclear package with Kim Jong-un, who won't talk to him, by the way. He won't even talk to him. North Korea won't talk to him, but he likes me. He likes me. For 4 years, you had no trouble with North Korea, did you? No trouble whatsoever. Started a little bit rough, right? Rocket Man, little Rocket Man. He said, we've got a red button on my desk, he said. I said, I have a red button also, but mine's bigger, better, and it works. Mine works. And then, And then I got a call from North Korea, and they wanted to meet. We met, and we really got along. We had a great relationship. The press hates to hear that. They say when you have it's good to have a good relationship with people that have nuclear weapons and lots of other things. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. But we got along, and President Xi, can you imagine President Xi, who's a piece of granite? He's tough and smart. He's at the top of his game, and this guy walks into his office and talks. He walks into his office and falls asleep. That's what happens. I said to President Xi of China, I said, could I ask you a question? Do you have much of a drug problem? No. We have no drug problem. And what do you attribute that to? He said, quick trial. I said, what's quick trial? I sort of knew, but he said, I want to be nice, right? I said, what's quick trial? He said, we immediately give trials to drug dealers, and if they're guilty, which is probably about 119%, I would say they don't have a great chance. We execute them. And because of that, we no longer have a drug. They used to have a massive drug problem years ago. You know, every drug dealer is responsible on average for the life of the dealer for killing 500 people. And by the way, destroying families, terribly destroying families. And if we want to get rid of drugs, I'm sorry, I don't know that this country's ready for it. I think you should be ready for it because you take a look. But that's what you have to do with drug dealers, But we're totally dominating Biden in the general election, beating him by 6 points in the Harris poll and a whopping 18 points in some other polls. Can you imagine 18 points? A friend of mine called me who's not in politics. He says, could I ask you a question, President? What? How come you're only winning by 18? He doesn't realize they have certain constituencies that bring them up to like 38 or 39. Actually, brings them up to 38, 39, and he's at 35. So that tells you, in other words, that's pretty bad. But they do. They have a sort of a base of almost 40, and we don't have that base. We have to go out and earn it. And like in 2016, we just ran the whole east coast of the country, and that made up for California, which I actually believe that if they didn't have rigged elections out there, if they didn't have all the paper ballots, you know, they send out like 36 million ballots, and nobody knows where the hell they're going to or coming from. I think a few people know where they're going to, and a few people know where they're coming from. But I think if you had a real election and Jesus came down and God came down and said, I'm going to be the scorekeeper here, I think it would win there. I think it would win in Illinois, and I think it would win in New York, which is all places that, in theory, I mean, who in New York, when you see what happened, hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants pouring out all over Madison Avenue, Fifth Avenue, people are so angry. Even Democrat politicians now are going after Biden. The mayor is going after him. They're all going after him. But who would say that this is acceptable? I think you can win New York. I think you can win New Jersey. I think we can win Virginia. States that in theory would be with, but I have a different theory. I think for years we could have won them. These elections are rigged. Our elections are totally rigged. And we got to do something about it. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024 and destroy our country totally. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I do. Because I'm being, thank you very much, I appreciate this, but I'm being indicted for you. Thanks a lot, I appreciate it. Now, I'm sure nobody in this crowd ever heard of Al Capone. Nobody, who would ever? Scarface, right? He's got a scar from here to here, meaning he had, right? This was not from playing tiddlywinks, like tiddlywinks. This was tough stuff. He only got indicted once. He got indicted. I got indicted 4 times because I'm questioning a crooked election. But we're not questioning it. We know the results. We know it. And when we go through courts, if we ever even have to do it, because you have presidential privilege and also we should never have to do that. But if we do, we want to redo the election only from the standpoint we want that election. We want to look at it very carefully. We have so much information. There was so much corruption in that election. You take a look. It's incredible. Just the other day in Georgia, 3,600 votes that were duplicated so that you had double votes. Almost all of them were for Sleepy Joe Biden, right? Every single vote. You take a look what they do and what they play and what the Democrats have done for a long time, but it's a disaster. And we have to get in and we have to clean it up, and we want to go paper ballots. We want to go voter ID, same day election. No more mail-in ballots. We don't want mail-in ballots. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away. I'm never going to let it happen. Your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me. They're after you. I just happen to be standing in the way. That's true. You know, if I wouldn't be running for office, or if I was in 5th place or whatever. Oh, I felt badly, though. I just saw a poll come out in New Hampshire. Ron is in 5th place. Well, that's a hell of a laugh. That's a guy that's voting for Trump, I'll tell you. He is. He's my friend, actually. But that is one hell of a laugh you have. I've never heard that before. But no, he's in 5th place in New Hampshire, but I wish him luck. We wish him a lot of luck. We love disloyal people, don't we? This is far more than a campaign that we're doing. We have everyone involved. This is the greatest political movement in the history of our country, probably the greatest political movement in the history of the world. There's never been anything like that. You know, there was a man, Pat Buchanan, a good guy, conservative guy. And you know, it's not that we're, you know Pat Buchanan, look at that, good guy. Wow, young people, they know him. He did well in New Hampshire. He came in, I believe, 2nd place to Bush. He came in 2nd place, and that gave him a massive career. I mean, it was an amazing life he had, and he's an older guy now, but that gave him like an amazing political career. He was a great pundit. Came in 2nd place in one state. We've won everything. We've won everything, including the presidency. We actually won the presidency twice, but we've won everything. And for the second time, I won every state. I won every single state in the primaries, and then went on to get many millions of votes more than we did the first. The totally corrupt New York Times said to me, somebody asked me a question, what went wrong the second time? I said, what went wrong? We got millions of more votes. You know what went wrong? The election was crooked. That's what went wrong. And who would have thought it would happen? I campaigned. I did like 7 rallies in one day. I did like 5 rallies. And these are big rallies. These are big. And this is just for our friends. We're going to start the rallies when it gets a little bit warmer. Because honestly, you have no place where you can even have them. Because we'll get 50, 60,000 people. And we know because those are front row shows. Am I right? But we're going to start them when the weather gets a little bit warmer. But now, in all fairness, that's not going to help you because you've got January coming up. So it's not going to help you guys, but we're going to have very big ones. But who would ever thought a thing like this would happen where you go out and you run and you think you're doing well and you're getting 50, 60, 70,000 people. We went to South Carolina recently, a couple of months ago. We had 83,000 people show up. We went to Texas. We had over 100,000 people. So you go home and you think you're going to sit down, watch television, and watch this great election. Now, that happened in 2016 because we got them unprepared. And they said, we'll never let this happen again. We're never going to let it happen again. Hillary Clinton said, why didn't they do that for me? And they actually tried. What happened is they had no idea the level of popularity that we had. That's what happened. They did try. They underestimated us. These are very dishonest, very crooked people. But with your help, we're going to keep fighting for Iowa families. Nobody's fought more for the farmer than I have. Nobody's fought harder for Iowa. Nobody. There's nobody. Together, we ended the NAFTA disaster, the single worst trade deal ever made in our country, and replaced it with the best trade deal ever made in our country, the USMCA. It's the best deal ever made. In fact, so good that Mexico and Canada want to renegotiate the deal right now. And I would tell our people in Washington, don't do it. Don't do it. We suffered with NAFTA for decades. It was such a horrible deal. Do you know they made typos in that deal? Nobody knows this. They made typos or numbers. The numbers were much bigger. They say they were typos. They didn't even change them. They just accepted them. For years and years, we paid much more because of typos that were made that nobody wanted to go back and correct. Legally, you're allowed to correct a typo, but nobody wanted to do it. Nobody wants to talk about that. The worst deal we ever had, NAFTA, probably the best deal we made was the deal I made with China, but I don't talk about it because of COVID. But we made a deal with China. They're going to buy $50 billion worth of our product, and they agreed to 15, and I heard 15. I said, what's the number? 15. I thought they said 50. It's true. Is that true? I said, how much are we doing here? They said 15. So I thought they said 50. So during the course of the negotiation, I said, are you close to getting that $50 billion number? And they said, no, it's 50. I said, no, it's not. You told me 50. They said, no, we told you 50. I said, no, you told me 50. Here's the story. Just go and tell them 50. So they told them 50, and they agreed to it. Do you believe it? That's when I told you in Iowa, stay with me. Because, we went through a little period during that negotiation, right? It was a little nasty out there. with China. You know, China is a seriously good negotiator. They're tough and smart, and they have tremendous, it's amazing. Their energy is tremendous. They want to make these deals where they destroy you. But I said, just hang in. And the farmers did. And I had about 30 farmers in the White House. It was incredible. And I said to them, many groups, manufacturers, but this case was farmers. I said to them, you know, I'm going to get you so much subsidy from other countries, and you're going to have subsidy, you're going to have everything that you always wanted. And I was interrupted almost simultaneously by 5 farmers. Sir, we don't want subsidy. We just want a level playing field. That's all we have. That's the only group that ever said that. The other people, they'll take all the subsidy you can get them. They didn't want it. They just want... These guys were amazing. This was in the middle of this problem we had with China. I had to turn it off with China. But they said, we don't want subsidy, sir. We want a level playing field because nobody can beat us with a level playing field. I got them much more than a level playing field. And, you know, you had one of the greatest deals ever made. China, $50 billion. Remember I used to say, don't worry, it's going to work out good. I knew where we were going exactly, but it took a little time. You had to be a little bit tough, to put it mildly, tough. I said, don't worry, go out and buy larger land, get more land, and get bigger tractors. Remember, I said, go out just right now. You can bank on it. Go out and get more land and bigger tractors. And I turned out to be right. And I'll tell you what, the Biden administration is running on our fumes. That's all they're running on. They don't have anything. They're doing everything wrong. They're running on our fumes. I then got the $28 billion straight out of the tariffs that I took from China. I took hundreds of billions of dollars in from China. No other president got 10 cents from China. You can look all the way back. No president got 10 cents. They said, we're a developing nation. Brilliant people, brilliant negotiators. No, we are a developing nation. Well, we're a developing nation, too. Look at our cities. They're falling apart, our Democrat-run cities. We're a developing nation, too. But I got hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes and tariffs from China, and it brought them to the table. And because of that, I was able to get the farmers $28 billion. That's why, you know, I get a lot of heat sometimes. Some of my people, and they're great, they're good people. They mean well. They say, sir, please don't take it for granted that you're going to win Iowa. I said, what do you mean? I got the farmers $28 billion. Of course I'm going to win Iowa. Remember, I came in last time. They said, sir, you sound very conceited. You're saying you're going to win. I said, how the hell can they vote against me? I got them $28 billion. They're going to vote. Do you think Joe Biden's going to get you $28 billion? Any extra money that he gets comes to him and his family. It doesn't come to Iowa. That's been proven, hasn't it? You see, they just found him $5 billion went to him. Remember during the debate, I said to Joe Biden, I said, how come the mayor of Moscow's wife paid you $3.5 million? And Chris Wallace, how's he doing, by the way? Chris Wallace was the moderator. You shouldn't be allowed to ask that question. I said, well, it's true. The mayor of Moscow's wife paid this family $3.5 million. Why did they get it? What did they do that was worth $3.5 million? They weren't able to explain it. Now it's turned out to be a big case. I was right. Chris Wallace, it was like fighting 2 people. Of course, it was really like fighting 1 person. Because that was a beauty. But now it's turned out to be a very big, really big subject. He got $3.5 million from Moscow, and nobody knows why, and they can't justify it. What did you do for the $3.5? At least say you did something. There's nothing. They didn't do anything. You know what they did. It's called laundering. Just as I promised, I also fought for Iowa ethanol, issuing a historic rule declaring the E15 would be made available all year round, and also letting them use existing pumps. It doesn't sound like much, not very glamorous for a speech, show that you're allowed to use, but that was millions, tens of millions of dollars. They had great pumps, actually better than the new ones, and they wanted to know if they could use them, and they weren't allowed to use them under the legislation, and I gave them the right to use the existing pumps. They were actually just as good or better, and they saved hundreds of millions of dollars. But I was able to do that for the farmers and for the state. Ron DeSanctimonious is a opponent, really a raging opponent of ethanol. He's against ethanol. He fights it. He was fighting it all the time. Now all of a sudden he's saying, no, I'm actually for it. Oh, it's this politician. They're against it when they need it. But you know what? They always go back to their original thought. But I was your ethanol champion for 4 years in the White House. There was nobody could have kept it like I kept it, including getting it from 8 months to 12 months. They could never justify that. I said, why are they only allowed to use it for 8 months? They told me something about heat. I said, do me a favor. It's fine. We're going to do it for 12. But we did a good job for ethanol. Together we achieved the most secure border in U.S. history. We built 561 miles of border wall, despite the fact we had to fight the rhinos and the Democrats. You know where I took the money? From the military. I got $700 billion from the military. I said, excuse me, we're taking 10 and we're building the wall, because you couldn't get them from the rhinos, Mitch McConnell and these guys. You couldn't get it. He was not good. You couldn't get it from him, and Paul Ryan was like this a real jerk, a real fool, like a stupid fool. But these guys, they wouldn't give it to you. They wouldn't give it. And now they end up giving trillions of dollars to this character, Biden. And he goes around saying, we'll build a bridge, we'll build whatever you want, trying to buy votes. But it's not working because they are down the tubes. What it is doing is causing tremendous inflation. That's what that does. And that's what's happening in our country. And that's what's killing so many families. I also got Mexico to give us 28,000 soldiers. And, free of charge. I said to the president of Mexico, we have to get you to give us soldiers to guard our border while I'm building the border wall, because we're building this great wall. It's exactly the wall that Border Patrol. I didn't actually like it. I wanted to have concrete plank, like parking garage plank, going up in the air 40 feet, 50 feet up in the air, perfect. But the Border Patrol didn't want. They had to have steel on the outside. They wanted concrete, and then they wanted rebar. They wanted different materials, and they wanted to be able to see through. You had to be able to see through. So I built it as they wanted it, everything they wanted. It was actually more expensive doing it that way than my way. And it was amazing how successful it was. And, for those people that like to say, oh, but he didn't get Mexico to pay for it. Not the whole thing. There was no mechanism. So what I did do is I got 28,000 soldiers from Mexico, and that's much more expensive than having them pay for a piece of the wall. And it was very interesting because they said, we will not pay for that. How could you ask us for a thing like that? I said, no, you're going to pay for it. You have to pay for it. No, we're not going to do it. The president, who I have a lot of respect for, I really like him, even though he's a socialist, that's okay. Can't have everything, as I say. Can't have everything. But he's a great guy, the president of Mexico. And I said, no, you got to pay for it. So they sent their top negotiator to see me in Washington, and I had the people from the State Department. A woman from the State Department who only handles Mexico said, sir, they're not going to pay for this, and they're not going to pay for a thing called Remain in Mexico. That was me. Remain in Mexico was a Trump deal. They were all Trump deals, everything. We had 10 things. I said to Border Patrol, these people are incredible people, by the way, ICE and Border Patrol. I said, give me the 10 most important thing that you need from Mexico and from the other South American countries. They gave me 10 things, all of which were impossible. Catch and release in Mexico, as opposed to, catch and release is we catch them, release them into the United States. I said, no, we catch them and release them into Mexico. I got everything. But I said to them, you have to give us 28,000 soldiers free of charge. And he laughed at me like I was like a fool. We don't like being called a fool. He laughed at me. I said, you can't laugh at me. Why are you laughing at me? You know you're going to pay it, don't you? No, we're not going to pay it. Why would we pay for a thing like that? I said, you're going to pay it 100%. Look at me in the eye. I told him, look at me in the eye. You're going to pay it. No, we're not. I said, yes, you are. Here's what we're going to do. It's Friday now. On Monday morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, every car and every product that Mexico makes coming into the United States will have a 25% tariff on it, which is far more money than you're talking about for the soldiers, who you're paying anyway. So you're going to either do it or that. Sir, I'd like to make a phone call. Please come back quickly. He came back within 5 minutes. Sure, it would be our great honor to give you 28,000 soldiers, to have a policy of remain in Mexico, to have catch and release in Mexico. And 7 other things that were, frankly, in many cases worse. And we had the safest border in our history, and it wasn't really that tough. I appointed nearly 300 federal judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices. That was a big deal. I kept my promise, recognized Israel's eternal capital, and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. Nobody thought that was possible, right? I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. So horrible what's happening in the last 6 weeks. Think of it. You go back 3 months, 4 months, but go back 3 years. This is an impossible. This would have never happened. What happened, the attack on Israel would have never happened. Iran was broke under the Trump administration. They were broke because I wouldn't allow any country to buy oil. China, I wouldn't allow them. I said to President Xi, if you buy oil, you're not going to do business in the United States, and I'm going to tariff you at 100%. He said, like you said, we're not doing any business with Iran. Same thing with many countries, France, every country. I said, any country, India was a big one. They were a big buyer. Any country that does business with Iran is not going to do any business with the United States. And any goods that you do send in, we're going to tariff you at 100%. So they did virtually no sales of oil, and they were broke. They were broke. And they had no money for Hamas, and they had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for any of these mini terrorist organizations. Now they're very rich because Biden lifted all of that stuff off. We would have had a deal. If the election weren't rigged, we would have had a deal with Iran within the first week I was back in office. They were ready to make a deal. They were broke. And a Democrat politician last week said on, I think, Deface the Nation, a show called Deface, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump on Deface the Nation. You know, it's sometimes referred to as Face the Nation. I like Deface the Nation better. But it was on that. Another one was on Meet the Press. I call that one Meet the Fake Press. But they said, well, I will admit one thing. Under President Trump, Iran was broke. Because Iran is the problem, because they have all the money. So not only did we give them $6 billion for 5 people, hostages, or whatever you want to call them, that shouldn't have been there, by the way. They shouldn't have been there. But we gave them $6 billion. Think of that. And then we gave them $10 billion for electricity going to Iraq. I don't know if you know about that, but they sold electricity to Iraq, and we gave them 10. So we gave them 16. And everyone says, oh, that's so much. And that's peanuts. We gave them $250 billion in the selling of oil. They're selling millions and millions of barrels of oil to China, to India, to all these countries that weren't buying under the Trump administration, took off all of the sanctions and all of the verbal thrashings that I'd give these people. I said, if you want to do that, you're not going to do any more business in the United States where they make a lot of money. So we had it done. It was a done deal. And then we had the bad results with the election. Horrible, horrible results. What a different country when you think about it. I'm just saying up here, talking to you, just like I've got 3 people in the room. You know, what a terrible thing has happened to our country over an election. Over an election. Think of our country would have been, we would have had no inflation. We wouldn't have had the surrender in Afghanistan, which was probably the worst and most embarrassing day in the history of this country that the fake news doesn't talk about. They never talk about it anymore because they're really bad. They're fake. It's not what they say, it's what they don't say, because what they don't tell you is far worse than what they tell you. But we would have had a much different country. We would have continued to have the greatest economy ever. But we're going to bring it back. I withdrew from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. That was one of the biggest things I did for Israel, but nothing happened with it because they didn't, when they withdrew, you're supposed to make a deal. They were broke. They withdrew. You were supposed to make a deal. And with the historic Abraham Accords, I even made peace in the Middle East. We're going to have peace in the Middle East. So for 4 straight years, I kept America safe. I kept Israel safe. I kept Ukraine safe. None of this stuff would have happened. And I kept the entire world safe. And we will again as the 47th President of the United States. We'll do it again. Thank you. I'm the only candidate who can make this promise, and this is one of the biggest promises because our country's never been in a situation like this. We have a man that has no clue negotiating with nuclear weapons. I will prevent World War III. I will prevent it. On my first day back in the White House, I will terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration, stop the invasion on our southern border, and begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. Right? Does anybody want to hear the snake? Do you know what the snake is? Do you want it? Does anybody know what the snake is? It's something, it was a song written many years ago and changed it around a little bit. Should I say it or not? I don't know. Madam Attorney General, should I do the snake? Okay. If the Attorney General wants it, I'm doing it. She's great. So this is really a metaphor. This is a situation that's happening on our border and elsewhere, where we're allowing people to come into our country that are very dangerous. And it's really, I think, perfect. And unfortunately, it's true, because we're waiting for disasters, the likes of which we probably have never seen before. China, just recently, we found out 27,000 people come in, all young men, no wives, family, and children, all young men. What are they, building an army in our country? Other countries from South America, but countries from all over the Middle East are pouring into our country. A lot of bad things are going to happen. A lot of bad things. This is not good stuff. It's a disaster waiting to happen. So remember that when you're hearing these words. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. Poor thing, poor thing, poor thing, she cried. I'll take you in and I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, cried the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night, and soon as she arrived, she found the pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, cried the vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. You're so beautiful, she cried. But if I hadn't brought you in by now, you truly would have died. She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying, thank you, ma'am, the snake gave her a vicious bite. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. I saved you, cried the woman, and you've bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in. Now that is exactly what's happening to our country. Okay? Exactly. Right? Exactly. Right? Gonna be bad. Gonna be bad. We're gonna do a big deportation. We're gonna get those bad ones out. Remember, mental institutions, prisons, and terrorists are pouring into our country. We're right now the largest caravan. That was my term, I think. I have a lot of terms, a lot of good terms. But caravan was my term. The largest caravan anyone's ever seen is right now coming up through Mexico. Thousands and thousands of people going to pour right into a country. We have no idea who they are. Bad things are going to happen, very bad. I will immediately restore and expand the Trump travel ban on entry from terror-plagued countries, and I will implement strong ideological screening on all immigrants. We have no choice. If you hate America, if you want to abolish Israel, if you sympathize with jihadists, then we don't want you in our country, and you're not going to come into our country. We will restore law and order to our communities, and we will respect our police again. And I will direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every Marxist prosecutor in America for their illegal, racist, in reverse enforcement of the law. We will take over our horribly run Washington, D.C. It is horribly run. Have you seen it? It's filthy, dirty, with graffiti all over the most beautiful marble columns, magnificent columns built 200 years ago, 100 years ago. They're loaded with graffiti at levels you've never seen. The roads are disgusting. They're like driving over garbage. And we're going to clean it up, renovate it, and rebuild our capital so that it's no longer a nightmare of murder and crime. Last week, 3 people were killed. Every week, people are killed. Every night, people are hurt badly. They go to Washington. They're proud of their country. They come out. They're frightened to go outside. They can't go outside. You can't. If you go outside, you're making a big mistake. This is our capital. It's never been like that. You know, when I left, it was different. It was much different. But years ago, it was really amazing. Now what they're doing, you know, I wouldn't allow anybody to park put their tent up on our lawns, our beautiful parks. Now the parks are loaded up with tents, and they're loaded up with homeless. We have to help the homeless, but we can't destroy our capital. We're going to rebuild our capital. We're going to make it so beautiful. It's going to be the most beautiful capital in the world. And unlike Ron DeSantis, I will protect Social Security and Medicare for our great seniors. They deserve it. Why are we doing this? There's so many ways we can make money. Drill. Much more money than we're talking about. We drill. Got more liquid gold than anybody in the world. We're also going to fight to give much better health care than what you have right now. This is a newer subject, but Obamacare is a disaster. And I said, we're going to do something about it. I saved Obamacare when we got John McCain's negative vote. You know, he voted against it after campaigning for many, many years. He said, thumbs down. It was an amazing night. But we're going to fix it because it's a catastrophe for family budgets. Even Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren, have you ever heard of her? Now, she's Pocahontas because of her great Indian heritage. She even said that it needs to be fixed. Pocahontas said it has to be fixed, so we're going to fix it. We're in open enrollment. You know, we have an open enrollment season right now on Obamacare, and everybody's seeing how staggeringly and brutally expensive their plans have become, right? They're like crazy what's going on with the plans, the way they're up. They're not affordable. Under this complete and total Democrat-created disaster, a family of 4 is paying over $1,500 a month for health care plans with a $10,000 deductible. $10,000, you know, you're going to be hit by a truck. That's a big deal. $10,000 deductible. So you get nothing, basically. You're paying into something, you get nothing. A 60-year-old couple is paying $2,000 a month with that big deductible. We're going to make it much less expensive for people. We're going to make it much better care. And we're going to give far more options to American patients. And we're not looking to save. We're looking to help people. You know, they said, I'm going to attack Obamacare. I'm not attacking it. When we had Obamacare, I fixed it and made it work. But I also made the statement, it will never be any good. It will never be any good. And it is no good. We're going to give you great health care. That's what we're going to give you. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And this is one I can't even believe I have to say. I will keep men out of women's sports. Do you believe it? Yeah. I will fully uphold the Second Amendment, and I have done that. I will protect innocent life. We will restore free speech. We do not have free speech. And I will secure our elections. Our goal will be, as I said before, one-day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. It's very simple. And by the way, do you know how much money you save on the machines? You'll be spending 1/10 or less to get better elections, safer elections. But until then, Republicans must win so I can get that job done. If you want to save America from crooked Joe Biden, then get every patriot you know. Make sure they're registered Republicans and get them out to vote their local precinct caucus at 7 p.m. So it's 7 p.m. on Monday, January 15th, Martin Luther King Day, and get out there and do a job. Do a job. You know, if we can get the big numbers, there's nothing they can do. They cheat, and they're always going to cheat. We're going to try and keep it down to a minimum. They cheat like hell. That's all they know how to do. That's the only thing they do well. Their policies are, who the hell wants open borders, high taxes, high interest rates, can't buy a home, bad education? There's not a thing they do that's, how can you win elections like that? You know how? By cheating. That's what they have to do. And they cheat, and they don't care, and they don't care how many times you vote. Vote as many times as you can. Where Republicans say, sir, I'm an American citizen. I can only vote once. You know, that's the way it is, and there's something nice about that. But what they do in elections should never, ever have happened. We are asking you to commit to caucus for us and bring as many people as you can to caucus for the campaign. Sign up at ia.donaldjtrump.com. So in conclusion, together we're taking on some of the most menacing forces and vicious opponents our people have ever seen. No matter how hateful and corrupt the communists and criminals we're fighting against may be, you must never forget that our nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you, front row Joes. This is your home. This is your heritage. And our American liberty is your God-given right. And we love that you're here. You know, we're going to go out after this is over. You have plenty of time, and we're going to see a game against a place called Michigan. You're going to be watching that? So good luck. That'll be good. But in the meantime, as important as that is, this is more important because we're going to save our country. We're going to save our country. This is our last chance. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the oceans and blazed the trails, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, dug out the great Panama Canal, raised up the skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and launched our brave American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the face of the moon. What we've done is so incredible. And now we have a horrible situation going on, an embarrassment. Our country's become an embarrassment. Together they made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world. History of the world. Think of that. Think of that. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has the highest inflation in 50 years, where banks are collapsing and interest rates are skyrocketing. Likewise, we are a nation where energy costs have reached the highest in history. We are no longer energy independent or energy dominant as we were just 3 short years ago. We are a nation that is begging Venezuela and many others for oil. Please, 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 Joe Biden says, please help us, please, please. And yet we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country anywhere in the world. We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will be reducing their output of oil and substantially increasing the price, and met that threat by announcing that we will no longer be drilling for oil in large areas of Alaska and other parts of our country. We are a nation that is consumed by the radical left's Green New Deal, yet everyone knows that the Green New Deal is fake and will lead to our destruction. We are a nation whose leaders are demanding all electric cars, despite the fact that they can't go far, cost too much, and whose batteries are produced in China with materials only available in China, when an unlimited amount of gasoline is available inexpensively in the United States, but it is not available in China. And now we are a nation that wants to make our revered army tanks, they are revered, they're the best in the world. They want to make them all electric so that despite the fact that they are also not able to go far, fewer pollutants will be released into the air as we blast our way through the enemy territory. And they also want to make our jet fighters with a green energy stamp, losing 15% efficiency, but allowing us to keep our enemy's atmosphere clean of pollutants while we viciously and unceremoniously attack them at levels no one's ever seen before. We are a nation that ended oil exploration and production in the United States just as the price of oil reached an all-time high. What other country would do such a foolish and self-destructive thing? We are a nation that surrendered in Afghanistan, leaving behind dead soldiers, American citizens, and $85 billion worth of the finest military equipment in the world, and also leaving behind Bagram, one of the biggest military bases in the world, and only 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. Why, oh why, oh why? And we are a nation that allowed Russia to devastate Ukraine, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. It would never have happened with me as your president, and for 4 straight years it didn't happen. Likewise, the recent attack on Israel would never have happened. They wouldn't even have thought of doing what they did. Iran was broke under the Trump administration. They didn't have the money to fund Hamas and Hezbollah. They didn't have the money to fund themselves. They were going to make a deal, and it was going to be a great deal for us, and it was going to keep the world safe. But those sanctions were lifted, and now Iran is a rich country with $200 billion and another $6 billion for hostages and $10 billion for electricity from Iraq. All compliments of the Biden administration. And China, with Taiwan, is next. We are a nation that allows the radical left to violently attack our cities, leaving behind massive destruction and death, and nothing happens to them. There is no punishment. But when people who love our country protest in Washington, they become hostages, unfairly imprisoned for long portions of their life. We are a nation that has weaponized its law enforcement against the opposing political party like never before seen. We've got a Federal Bureau of Investigation that won't allow bad election-changing facts to be presented to the public, and which offers $1 million to a writer of fiction about Donald Trump to lie and say it was fact, where Hunter Biden's laptop from hell was Russian disinformation and the FBI knew it wasn't, but 51 intelligence agents said it was, and a Department of Justice that refuses to investigate egregious acts of voting irregularities and fraud. And we have a man who is totally corrupt and the worst president in the history of our country, who is cognitively impaired and in no condition to lead, and is now in charge of dealing with Russia and possible nuclear war, which would be World War III and far more devastating than any of the previous wars because of the weaponry that no one even wants to think or talk about. We are a nation that no longer has a free and fair press. Fake news is all you get, and they are indeed the enemy of the people. They refuse to discuss the Biden crime family, but enjoy covering false indictments of Donald Trump, who has done nothing wrong. We are a nation where free speech is no longer allowed and where crime is rampant and out of control like never before. We are a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon and China to use the trillions of dollars it has taken from us to build a military to rival its own. What a sad state of affairs. And less than 3 years ago, just think of it, we had Iran, China, Russia, and North Korea in check. They weren't going to do a thing against us, and everyone knows it. They respected us like they never respected anybody before. Now Russia and China are holding summits to carve up the world. And perhaps most importantly, we are a nation that is no longer respected or listened to on the world stage. We are a nation that in many ways has become a complete and total joke. And we are a nation that is hostile to liberty, freedom, and faith. We are a nation whose economy is collapsing into a cesspool of ruin, whose supply chain is broken, whose stores are not stocked, whose deliveries are not coming, and whose educational system is ranked at the bottom of every single list. We are a nation where large packs of sadistic criminals and thieves are allowed to go into stores and openly rob them, beat up and kill their workers and customers, and leave with armloads of goods but no retribution, where the authority of our great police has been taken from us, taken from our country, where their families and pensions have been threatened and their lives would be destroyed for the mere mention of the words law enforcement. We are a nation where fentanyl and all other forms of illegal drugs are easier to get than formula for our beautiful little babies, and a nation whose once revered airports are a dirty, crowded mess. Yet you sit and wait for hours and then are notified that the planes won't leave. They just won't leave. And they have no idea when they will. They have no idea. Where ticket prices have tripled, they don't have the pilots to fly the planes, they don't have qualified air traffic controllers, and they just don't know what they're doing. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, willpower, and strength. We are a nation that has lost its way, but we are not going to allow this horror to continue. 3 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and it is hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists. We will throw off the sick political caste. And we will rout the fake news media. We will drain the swamp. And we will liberate our country from these tyrants and villains once and for all and like never before. Like those patriots before us, we will not bend, we will not break, we will not yield, we will never give in, we will never give up, and we will never, ever back down. With your support, we will go on to victory, the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on Election Day 2024. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten men and women will be forgotten no longer. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, Iowa. God bless you. God bless you, Iowa. Thank you. God bless you all.
Of this Cedar Rapids crowd stood for the president's entire speech. There was a loud reaction when President Trump said in his speech, quote, "I will restore free speech." He also said on his first day back in the White House, "I will terminate every open border policy of the Biden administration and stop the invasion of our southern border." You know, the people standing here, that doesn't usually happen. He usually says, "Hey, why don't you sit down, enjoy a little bit." Everybody stood up.
Yep, like it was a sports event, because we are kind of in a gymnasium, so there are bleachers, and they stood the whole time.
It's always good to see that. A lot of people here, packed house in Cedar Rapids, a great, great crowd. Again, he said he wants to restore free speech. He wants to, the illegal immigration thing alone is one of the worst things that's happening in this country, but there's probably 5, 6, 7 things going on that President Trump, through Agenda 47, according to his policies, wants to turn around for the good of our country.
Absolutely, and he spoke about the disloyalty of DeSantis and Nikki Haley. He talked about how they both gave their word that they wouldn't run against him and then decided to do it anyways, and so that is why he is punching back pretty hard. He thinks that his supporters want to know about people who are loyal and those who are disloyal. So he felt to make that very known, and so it makes a little more sense now.
President Trump will be going back and forth through Iowa over the next week and a half. I mean, even December 13th in Coralville, Iowa, he'll have an event there. I know he's doing a quick interview or a town hall with Hannity coming up. So obviously a very busy man, continuing that through Iowa, which is 44 days until the Iowa caucus and then the primary for New Hampshire. So we know what's at stake in this country. I saw a few of the mainstream media kind of roll their eyes when the music was playing here. And I'll tell you, at the end of the day, we know that we want our freedom, the Constitution, our country, God. We want it all, and that's the way it's been in America. We just want that to continue. We're not rolling our eyes. We are saying and looking straight in the face of tyranny and saying, no, that's not what we're doing. We want the freedom of this United States of America.
Absolutely. And President Trump said, right now he's holding these smaller events inside because it is winter across the country, whether it's, very not too cold or if it's snowing. So that's why he's kind of holding these smaller events inside. But he said as soon as the weather does get a little warmer, you will see those large rallies again, which he once had and brought a lot of supporters in.
Right. And you know what else I was thinking about is the national polls in itself right now. He's leading across the country at this point. It's because we love the truth. This is why we are doing what we're doing today. If it was someone else doing this, we'd be supporting that person too. We're supporting free speech. We're supporting the Constitution. And this is someone that has stood for that and is standing for that. So, again, here in Cedar Rapids, I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside
Jessica Rivera.
You can follow us on Truth Social at Matthew Alvarez or at RSBN, and yours?
It's at the Jessica Rivera or at Jessica Rivera.
So we have a number of sponsors we want to thank so much for allowing us to have this kind of coverage. Without you, the viewer, and these sponsors, we wouldn't be able to bring you these live events, and we wouldn't be able to bring you, the live interviews, the commentary. So thank you guys so much. One of those is the Birch Gold Group. All you have to do is text Trump to 9998. Trump to 989898. These BRICS nations, Brazil and Russia and on, are trying to devalue the U.S. dollar. So you can actually get some help with the Birch Gold Group by texting Trump to 989898. That's gold, silver, precious metals. That will be greatly appreciated if you would do that and just let them know you saw it right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Another one is the Tax Network USA. If you're dealing with some tax issues, back taxes, Tax Network USA, you see the information right there on your screen. Go ahead and give them a shout as well. They're there to help you out. They're there to ease the anxiety, and they'll be there for you every step of the way.
Yes, and our other two sponsors are the Wellness Company. We want to thank them. You just head over to www.makecaregreatagain.com and use RSBN. Use that code to get 15% off at checkout. A great company there. And also, Charlize Beauty. You can go ahead and go to charlize.beauty and use the code RSBN, just as simple as that, RSBN, to receive 25% off at checkout. So thank you to all our sponsors. We do appreciate you, and we appreciate you, our viewers.
Thank you so much for watching here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, wherever you're watching this live stream. Isn't it interesting that the app and the streaming is the way TV is going? Local kind of network news and cable news on its way out because people are hungry for the truth. And that's what conservative media and the right-wing media and those of you that are podcasters out there, we're all on the same team. America, thank you so much for watching. I do want to say one thing.
Yes.
When I was looking down for a second there, you were talking about Charlize Beauty. Where is that beauty product that you've been showing all broadcasts?
Well, let me grab it.
So she's going to grab that real quick. We had a great time here in Cedar Rapids, of course, in Ankeny as well, where President Trump spoke earlier.
So this is the product of the boxing. I mean, look at that packaging. It's great. And once again, inside it is Italian glass Charlize Beauty, and you can go to charlize.beauty. It is a luxury skincare product. You will not be disappointed. There's going to be something there. They've got you covered from head to toe, whatever you need for your skin, and great company.
Awesome. Right Side Broadcasting Network, Truth Social at RSBN. The newsletter is RSB Network/newsletter. And then, of course, donate if you can. Any dollar will help for all of these events that we go to and the flights and hotels and all that. But we want to thank you again so much for watching. For Jessica Rivera,
we will see you at the next event.
See you later.
Hey friends, pro-life leader Frank Pavone here, National Director of Priests for Life. It's great to be listening to President Trump once again on RSBN. You know, he often says we worship God, not government. And if we're going to understand what's going on in America and how we have to save America, we understand it through the lens of the Word of God. Why? Because the people who founded this country understood it in the light of the Word of God. Every weeknight at 8 p.m., on Right Side Broadcasting. I host the program Praying for America. We pray for President Trump, we pray for the country, we pray for one another, and we interpret the political events of our times in the light of God's eternal word. Would you join me each weeknight for that program? And let's pray for President Trump right now. Lord, we thank you for this great leader. We thank you that he brings power to the people, not to government bureaucracy. We thank you that he defends life and freedom. We thank you, Lord, that he points our country to you. Thank you, Lord, and continue to give us the light of your word, that we may save America, and more importantly, that we may advance your holy kingdom. We pray in Jesus' name, amen. Thank you, friends. Pro-life leader Frank Pavone here. I'll see you on Praying for America every weeknight, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. God bless.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble and the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Many of you may not know, but working in the media industry is tough on your skin. Caked on makeup, overexposure to bright lights, and long sleepless nights can leave your skin looking haggard, wrinkled, and just old. Many show hosts have to use filters to hide their skin, but not me. Why? Because I use the Charlize Luxury Beauty Products line, created by our trusted friend and ally, Charlene Bollinger. A product line made by a real woman for real women, not fake women like Big Bruce. The Charlize Beauty Products line is a toxic-free luxury product infused with the highest quality anti-aging and nourishing ingredients that lift the skin and also elevate the mood. It smells great. I use the facial cleanser every night before bed to take off my caked-up camera makeup after a long day in front of the cameras. The anti-aging overnight serum moisturizes my fine lines, and it even helps lighten the scarring on my face that I had left over from high school acne days. This beauty line works, and the best part, it's all natural. No toxins, no cancer-causing agents, and no filters needed for the camera. Go to charlize.beauty today and see what all the biological females have been raving about. That's charlize.beauty, real beauty products for real women.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest Christmas sale ever. You get our brand new 6-piece My Towels for only $29.98, or rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper as low as $99.99. Or how about MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $24.98? There's something for everyone. Duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more. Well, I know MyPillow products make for the perfect Christmas gifts, so I'm going to extend my money-back guarantee until March 1st, 2024. So go to MyPillow.com now or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products. For example, you get our 6-piece towels for only $29.98. Or get your very own MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $24.98. It's our biggest Christmas sale ever. Get all your shopping done now while quantities last.